Hi there. Welcome to my channel. If you love Christian romance, please subscribe and leave a comment if you'd like. Whispers of Grace by Mallory Ford. Book 1 in the Westward Hearts series. Chapter 1. Texas, 1899. Louisa Miller sucked in a deep breath as she felt yet another bead of sweat roll down her forehead, threatening to flood her eyes once more. Well, hopefully it was sweat rather than blood from the tree branch she'd tangled up with a moment before. It was hot, even in the deep woods in late summer, and the air hung so thick about her. Welcome to Texas, she guessed. She'd heard about the amount of moisture in the air here making it so thick sometimes one could cut it with a knife, but she'd not realized how much it would feel like walking through a bowl of Mama's beef stew. Mama. It was Tuesday, so Mama would likely be working on the washing unless she was already done for the day. Maybe one of the other girls had done it, or maybe they'd teamed up to make the work go faster. It certainly made it more pleasant, and Louisa's heart stung a little at the memories of giggling with her sisters while they'd hung the week's washing on the clothesline. She pivoted to the right, then the left, doing her best to stay out of the dappled sunshine, which would heat her body up even more. Was there any water around here? A stream, or something to drink from? Honestly, as stifling as the heat felt in the moment, she might dive in should she find anything of the sort. Back home, the August sun would be as high in the sky, but somehow it didn't seem as oppressive in their tiny Massachusetts town as it did in East Texas. Was she even close to Cloverdale? The ranch itself was supposedly 4 miles from Cloverdale, Texas. Mama and Pa both said they'd be praying for her every step of the journey, but no doubt they figured she'd already arrived and settled in nicely at the Sutton ranch. Pa was probably closing up for the day at the general store, his pride and joy and the way he'd supported his family of 10. Well, it was either closing or some of the town ladies had stopped in to gossip about the foolhardy adventure his eldest daughter had gone on, prying for information to bring back to the sewing circle. Louisa snickered. Those women had always been one of the funniest parts of working at the store with Pa. He refused to give in to their requests for information, despite the fact he collected nearly all of it due to his frequent proximity to about everyone in town. Still, a time or two he'd lost his patience and fed them false information intentionally to make them look like fools when they spread it around. He'd had to confess such things to the Lord more than once, but Louisa couldn't deny she occasionally found it funny. She swatted another mosquito and carefully stepped over a pile of sticks, praying none of them would begin moving and turn out to be a snake. Her legs ached, shoulders heavy with the tension she'd carried since her ill-fated trip had encountered one setback after another. First, it had been the mechanical issue on her train which had caused everyone aboard to either disembark and walk to the nearest town to hopefully catch a stage or join the next train heading in the opposite direction. Louisa had chosen the stage initially, unafraid of a brisk walk and an uncertain future, and had lugged her suitcase full of clothing she, Mama, and 2 of her sisters had worked hard to ensure were strong enough for life on a Texas ranch. At least her shoes were fit for the journey, and the bit of cash Pa had stuffed in her pocket came in handy as she'd sought out food and a ride further into Texas. Well, it had until she'd been taken for the last of it. Her blood boiled at the thought of the cad who'd taken her money and promised to return with a freighter only to disappear into thin air. She should have known better when she'd smelled the liquor on him, but Louisa was nothing if not an eternal optimist. Spotty sunshine poked through the trees as though beckoning her to whatever lay beyond the edge of the woods in its direction. Could there possibly be civilization there? Could she ask for a ride to the Sutton ranch? It would be hot, as she'd be leaving the shelter of the woods, but it also might be her only chance to reach a person before she fainted from hunger. The stage driver told her it was only a few miles west, but he'd smelled strongly of alcohol as well and seemed to sway on his seat, likely why he'd pushed the team so hard one of the horses went lame. There'd been no livery to rent a horse from in the small town where they'd stopped, and the crook took the last of her money anyway, so off she'd set in the direction she prayed was accurate. Lord, Louisa said aloud as she hitched up her skirts to cross a tiny creek, unfortunately far too shallow to drink from or swim in. You go before me, and you give me courage. Help me now to reach the Sutton ranch and be a light for those poor children. On the other side, she knelt to at least splash her face with the cool water, only to be unpleasantly surprised by how warm it was. Of course, even the water was hot. She'd barely seen any animals milling about in the woods either, save the occasional bird. They were probably all much smarter than she was, lazing the day away in the shade the way she'd prefer to be. The Sutton ranch couldn't be much farther, and the calling she'd felt pulling her to it was as strong as ever. It was the strangest situation, one she'd had trouble believing at first. How did a ranch run by 5 brothers in Texas become a makeshift orphanage? Or maybe orphanage wasn't the right word, as Isaac Sutton's correspondence had painted it more as a place of refuge for children who needed it. Some likely had parents, and 3 of the brood belonged to Isaac himself. Still, 5 brothers raising a total of 7 children had tugged at her heart, and the letter he'd sent her school asking for a teacher had felt like nothing less than a calling from the Lord. Was she out of her depth? Probably. Out of her mind as well? If the ladies at church were to be believed, possibly. As for the ones who'd come into Pa's general store in search of the gossip surrounding where she'd be going, absolutely. There was something about the Suttons she couldn't stop thinking about, even in the dead of night on the train as she'd waited for sleep to claim her amid the discomfort of her current predicament. It pulled her, as Mrs. Cranfield had hoped it would when she called Louisa into her office and told her of the letter. Surely, Louisa wasn't what they'd had in mind. She was barely 20 and had only finished her schooling, but no seasoned teachers would have even looked twice at such a summons. The pay was little more than room and board, and the task a challenge as some of the children had had no schooling at all. Still, it wasn't as though she'd had no experience, as helping 6 younger siblings with their homework and studying over the years surely counted. Louisa had wondered whether there was a school in Cloverdale, but Isaac had made no mention of one. Unfortunately, none of the Sutton brothers or their ranch hands had time to educate the youngsters properly. Could they even read? Doubtful, despite the oldest being 13. Lord, she prayed once more as she hopped over a muddy stream of water and pulled her boots heel loose from the muck. You've brought me here. I know it in my heart. Getting there will only be the first challenge I'll face on this journey, though I'd be grateful if this particular leg was over. Fighting with everything in her to remain calm despite circumstances she'd never expected, Louisa felt her stomach growling. She'd last eaten that morning before they'd set off from the stage stop. By noon, their horse had already gone lame, no doubt the sum of many days pushed harder than the poor beast should have been. The crook who came by hadn't just stolen her money in the promise of going back into the little outpost to help, but that of 2 other passengers. At least she'd heeded the stage driver's warning they'd been taken and set off herself, as the other passengers might be waiting well into the night before they decided to make other plans. As she'd crested the trees and looked down a steep hill decorated with different types of foliage, Louisa's breath caught at the sight of the most beautiful land she'd ever seen in her life. Rolling green hills spread as far as the eye could see, trees dotting the landscape as a healthy creek flowed through the land at the bottom of the hill where she stood. It sparkled in the bright sunshine and looked blessedly cooler than the tiny one she'd just crossed. She couldn't possibly know, of course, but a girl could dream. Wildflowers bloomed and danced in the breeze, but the most beautiful sight was a large farmhouse, bunkhouse, and multiple outbuildings to bolster her hope she might have actually made it. Even if this wasn't the Sutton ranch, perhaps she was at least close? It looked to be another mile or 2 to the buildings themselves, but the hope bubbling up in her belly served a powerful motivator. Still armed with the suitcase she'd swapped from arm to arm over the past 7 or 8 hours, she drank in the sight once more before starting down the hill. Only opening her mouth to thank the Lord for his provision, the telltale sound of a rattlesnake brushed in the leaves beside her. Startled, Louisa tossed her suitcase in the serpent's direction and hopped backwards only to place her foot directly into some sort of foxhole. Her ankle turned with a crack as pain shot up her leg, but Louisa couldn't even focus on it before she'd fallen with a thud on her backside and began rolling down the hill towards the creek below. Too shocked to do anything but follow the land where it took her, Louisa seemed to roll for both hours and seconds all at once. Finally, she landed with a thud atop some river rock in the creek, soaking her nearly from head to throbbing toes. Every bit of her body would be sore tomorrow, and what of her ankle? Would she even be able to walk the last few miles to what had moments before felt like the promised land in the midst of the wilderness? At least the water was cold, though somehow it felt far colder, soaking her whole body than a gentle splash to the face would have. As the lump rose up in her throat, the first time she'd been unable to hold back the tears at her setbacks on this journey, she lifted her hands there in the shallow water to cover her eyes. Had she made some horrible mistake? Had she possibly misheard the Lord's calling so severely? No, she hadn't. The ranch still called to her, mostly the children who desperately needed someone to educate them. If she could only make it to her destination, albeit a few days late, she could make a difference. Wiping the few tears she'd allowed to spill over, Louisa uncovered her eyes and made to lift herself to a sitting position, only to find she was no longer alone. The evening sun had been blocked by a broad man with dark sandy hair and a few days' worth of stubble on his cheeks. His eyes were dark, but they stared down at her with some combination of concern and suspicion. "You all right, ma'am?" The voice, deep and a little gravelly, sent a shiver down her spine. Or was her wet dress responsible for the sensation? I'm not sure. There was a rattler up there on the ridge. It startled me. Her suitcase remained there as well, but how in the world would she climb the hill to get it? Would this stranger help her? He didn't look to be much older than her, maybe in his late 20s or early 30s. He wore a black Stetson atop his head and pulled work gloves from his large hands. "My suitcase," I threw it at him. The stranger's eyes twinkled, and the corner of his lip turned up. "Hopin' to scare it or have it stow away passage? I didn't think that far." Louisa felt her teeth begin to rattle with chill despite the blazing sun. So, perhaps her dreams of cooling off in the creek weren't thought through either. Would you mind helping me to my feet? I could also use directions to the Sutton ranch if you happen to know them. Suspicion fully marking his expression now, the stranger's eyebrow rose. "What's your business at the Sutton ranch?" To his credit, the man at least extended a hand to help her from the water to her feet. It was only then she noticed a dappled gray horse with a black mane behind him. The animal stood patiently, grazing in the grass beside the creek. "I've been hired to be the new teacher for the children there," she said with a grunt. Her ankle hurt more than she'd hoped. Could this man at least give her a ride to meet her new employers? "Please tell me, is it too terribly far? I'm not sure I can walk much farther on this ankle, and a crook back at the outpost stole the last of my money, but dash. You're the new teacher?" The man's brows nearly disappeared under his hat. "You're Louisa Miller?" Hope flared to life inside her despite her humiliating circumstances. "You know them?" "Oh, praise the Lord. Please, if you could possibly take me to their ranch, I'd be happy to settle up out of my first pay." It would likely take the entire pittance she'd been offered, but at least she wouldn't have any real expenses for a while on the Suttons' land. "Is it close?" The man removed his hat with a heavy sigh. "About as close as can be. This is the Sutton ranch, and I'm Isaac Sutton." He dipped slightly at the waist before awkwardly offering a hand. "Welcome to your new home, Miss Miller." What in the world had he been thinking? Louisa Miller was supposed to be a spinster, stern enough to take the passel of young'uns on the ranch in hand and long in the tooth to boot. This woman was barely 20 if she was even out of her teens and possessed far more beauty than any woman ought to on a ranch full of cowboys. "Let me get your suitcase, Miss Miller. You take a seat next to Roscoe here, and I'll be right back." She was late by 3 days, and he'd assumed she'd changed her mind. Not that he'd blame her. The children on the ranch were rowdy, to say the least. None of them knew how to sit still and listen to a teacher, and not a single one of his brothers had had the time to fool with such things. Still, they all deserved an education, and it had been his goal for quite some time to ensure they got it. Careful not to get bitten by the rattler Miss Miller said startled her, Isaac slowly climbed the hill until he spotted the brown leather satchel lying on the ground next to a patch of dandelions. The sound of a rattle split the air once more, but Isaac shook his head. "That's no rattler," he grumbled as he snatched the bag by its worn handles. It was a gopher snake, one of the many types in these parts to imitate rattlesnakes by moving their bodies around in the leaves or even making sounds with their mouths to trick potential predators. A smart defense technique, as far as he was concerned. But it had now resulted in a woman who couldn't walk more than a step without wincing in pain with over a mile ride on horseback to get her back to the little cottage they'd cleaned out for her upon receiving her letter. Still, They'd all been expecting someone old enough to be their mother, as experience had been one of the primary qualifications he'd listed, along with her being a God-fearing woman of good reputation. Though, why he cared about a good reputation when he had a shaky one himself was anyone's guess. Would she even stay when she realized she'd be the only woman on the ranch? He'd told her of his brothers and the ranch hands, but he'd not explicitly mentioned the lack of other women. They were a few miles from Cloverdale, Texas, which was close enough to go into town when they had a whole day and on Sundays for church, but not nearly close enough for ladies to be visiting for tea. Not that most of the ladies in town were all that welcoming anyway. This everything? He lifted the suitcase from the top of the ridge as she looked up at him from her seat below. Mercy, she was pretty. She had auburn hair, thick from the looks of how it had come mostly loose from her braid in the fall. Her dress was ripped in a couple of places where she'd apparently snagged it on briars and wet from the fall in the creek, but at least she had sensible shoes. Why she'd been walking in the first place, he intended to find out. He'd sent more than enough for train fare, though she did mention some crook at the outpost, hadn't she? Full of misgivings and unanswered questions, Isaac responded to her nodded assent with a grunt of his own before descending the hill himself. Pastor Jim and Hal, the man who'd become like a father figure to him over the years since he went to work in the man's livery, had both encouraged him to pray for whoever this Louisa Miller was. They'd told him over and over that the Lord cared about the seemingly small things as much as the large ones, but he'd always had trouble believing that. The life he'd lived, first with his father and then with Martha, had given him cause to wonder. Pastor Jim always said the Lord wasn't afraid of questions, and he wasn't afraid of doubts. We had to let them bring us closer to him rather than further away. Still, Isaac had been trying to reconcile the circumstances of his own life, as well as those of the children in his care, to a God who loved them all half as much as everyone said he did. "I'll lift you up on Roscoe, and we can head to the ranch." His voice was even more gruff than normal, but she didn't seem to mind. As she pushed to her feet on her own, despite the wince of pain on her face, Isaac had to respect her tenacity. "Can you sit a saddle?" "I can. Though I wouldn't say I'm particularly skilled at it." Her thick auburn hair continued to cascade from the braid down her back, her eyes bright as she stared up at him with something he couldn't identify in their deep brown depths. The color itself might not have drawn much attention, but in the sunshine, flecks of gold sparkled. It was only obvious up close, but it made her blushed pink cheeks and wild hair all the more intriguing. Resisting the urge to shake his head to dispel the thought from his mind, Isaac nodded curtly. "Good. Up you go, then." Placing both hands on her waist, Isaac lifted the woman who weighed little more than his eldest daughter into the brown leather saddle he'd purchased with his first few checks from the livery. A step towards his dream of owning a ranch one day to pull his brothers from their father's reach and provide for them. "Let's go meet the children." Chapter 2. Isaac Sutton was hardly what Louisa had expected when she set off west. To be honest, she'd expected someone a good bit older, and altogether less handsome than the man who led the gentle gray gelding through the river and back to the main stretch of the ranch. He'd easily lifted her into the saddle, as she'd only ridden a horse a few times in her 20 years. There wasn't much cause for it in their tiny New England town, as one could easily walk from one end of it to the other. When she'd gone to school in Boston, there was even less cause as they'd not been allowed to venture out on their own all that much. Not to mention, her ankle hurt something fierce, and she could already feel it swelling in her boot. "So," she said as she took in the beauty around her rather than ogling the cowboy who walked before her or dwelling on the ankle growing more and more painful with each step they took. "Tell me about the ranch." Doing her best to ignore the heat blooming around her injury, she focused on the deepest green she'd ever seen stretching in all directions. "Has it always been in your family?" He let out the slightest laugh, though she couldn't help but notice it sounded a little bitter. "No, our pa left us nothing but gambling debts, empty liquor bottles, and a dilapidated homestead on the north side of the property. When I bought this place, it held nothing but potential. It was all I could afford. My brothers and I had decided we were going to make something of ourselves rather than be the no-good kids of Truett Sutton, and this was the first step." He sighed, his broad shoulders slowly rising and falling. "Forgive me, I shouldn't speak ill of the dead. Pa had his own demons, and Ma dying from childbed fever after my youngest brother, Ezekiel, Zeke for short, was born sent him even further down the path he'd already started. I'm so sorry, she breathed. You've done quite well for yourselves, though, despite the difficult beginnings. If she didn't already respect the man for taking in 5 orphan children on top of his own 3 children and full plate, the life he'd built for himself and his brothers would build her respect for him. It's a beautiful property. She snickered a little, thinking back to the term he'd used to describe the land when he first bought it. Nothing but potential. When my mama and Pa met, she said the same thing about him. They were quite young, and all they had to offer one another was potential. It worked out for them, and it seems to have done the same for you. The back of his neck pinked a little at the praise, and he shrugged without looking back at her. My brother Abraham, we call him Abe, he's good with numbers and investments. He chuckled, his mood clearly lifting a little as he shifted the praise to his brother. He should be a banker somewhere back east, but he wanted to stay in Texas and help build the ranch with us instead. We all worked odd jobs for a while until we could pool our money and buy this land and our first herd. Over the years, we've been able to buy more property and expand the herd while also getting the structures built. He shrugged again, shaking his head. It's not as hard as it looks when there's 5 of us. So there's Isaac, Abraham, and Ezekiel. I'm sensing a theme in your names. Her ankle throbbed something fierce, but she was able to distract herself from the pain with the curiosity of what would drive a man like Isaac's father to name all his sons after biblical characters. The other 2 are named Jacob and Micah. That part was all Ma, he said softly. Slowing his steps a little, Isaac allowed her mount to catch up and looked up at her. Zeke doesn't live here anymore, by the way. He joined up with the Texas Rangers the minute he could, but it's a shame he never got to know Ma like the rest of us. She was an angel on earth, especially for putting up with Pa and our rowdy selves. She figured if nothing else, we might eventually be able to look up our namesakes in scripture and learn a thing or two. I reckon it worked, as we're all God-fearing believers. He stopped himself short after that, as though he wanted to say more, but held himself back. Louisa didn't pry. She'd just met the man after all. Your mother sounds wonderful. As they rode, Louisa turned her attention to the bluebonnets in one of the fields to the north and the cows who grazed in the one below it. Mercy, there were more cattle than she could ever count. It was the large wooden farmhouse in the distance, with a large front porch and the gleeful shouts of playing children wafting through the air to bring a smile to her face. Can you tell me about the children? I'm curious how they all came to live here at the ranch. The exterior of the cabin was clapboard, and there were no plants on the porch, but 2 comfortable-looking swings hung from the rafters. More importantly, happy children ran and squealed as they tossed a ball back and forth in the front yard. An older girl with long blonde hair held a little boy of around 3 or 4 on her back, and 2 cowboys stood on the front porch watching them. Isaac paused, staring out at the children roughly 200 yards before them. He stopped, gently commanding the gelding to stop as well. It'll take longer than we've got to tell you all their stories, but I need to know one thing before we go any further. Many of them have been through awful times, growing up faster than they should have ever had to. It does something to a body when the people who are supposed to care for you don't. Makes them act out sometimes. 1 or 2 of them are likely to make you spittin' mad at times, but they need to know they're loved no matter what. Can you do that? He stared up at her, his near black eyes fiery with the protectiveness of a man who knew what it meant to need a safe place to land turned into a safe place for others. If you can't, we'll give you a chance to heal up, but then I'll be happy to send you back east. There'll be no hitting these kids in discipline or anger, as some of them have been hit too much for 100 lifetimes. Compassion for both the man before her and the children playing in the distance stirred Louisa's heart, tears pricking her eyes as she thought back to her safe and happy childhood despite being crowded by all her brothers and sisters. I can handle them, and there will be no raps with the ruler or picking of switches. He didn't speak for a moment, but continued to meet her gaze as though trying to find any dishonesty there. He'd find none. Swatting a child with a wooden spoon for disrespect might have been common in her home growing up, but they'd all known they were disciplined out of love. For these children, and any children who'd been given reason to be fearful of adults, it was a different story entirely. Good, he said brusquely before turning his attention back to the brown wooden farmhouse before them. They started moving again, the children's happy shouts sounding louder and louder with each approaching step. How does your ankle feel? Gingerly, Louisa tried to move her ankle up and down. The resulting ricochet of pain up her leg sent a hiss through her clenched teeth. It's been better. Without initially responding, Isaac brought the gelding to another stop as the children caught sight of them. They all paused their games of hopscotch and baseball to stare at Louisa on Isaac's horse and the man himself on the ground. Children, he boomed as he took Louisa in hand and whisked her from the horse and into his arms as though she weighed nothing. The movement startled a yip from her, and it raised eyebrows in the children as they all began their approach. Come and meet your new teacher. The children approached them slowly, no doubt curious as to why he'd suddenly interrupted their play with a teacher they hadn't even known he'd sent for. "Puh," 13-year-old Cecily said as she led the way with 4-year-old Reuben on her back. "Did you say she's our new teacher?" She furrowed her brow, the long blonde hair she'd gotten from her mother sweeping over her shoulder in thick waves. If her hands were free, Isaac had no doubt she'd have placed them on her hips. He'd not told them for 2 reasons. 1, he'd been unsure it would all work out. Louisa Miller had committed to come, but the offer wasn't a particularly enticing one with the mountain she'd have to summit due to the children's varying levels of education and how little they'd pay until the bonus after the cattle drive. The second was probably cowardice, as he couldn't think of a way to tell them without conjuring up memories from the school in town, for Toby especially, but for all of them really. "We don't need no teacher," 8-year-old Benjamin laughed. "We got along this far, haven't we?" Louisa wiggled in his arms, her face beet red with what, embarrassment? "Put me down," she hissed. This instant. Why did raising the ire of this woman make the gold in her eyes pop even more, and why was he even noticing when she was nearly 10 years his junior? He was 30 years old, for goodness sake. She was closer to Daniel's age than his own. For the first time since she'd gone tumbling down the hill, she at least sounded like a teacher, but how was she supposed to get to the cottage if she couldn't even walk? His brothers, Abe and Jacob, descended the front porch steps, both of them wearing curious and amused grins. They'd known he sent for a teacher, but she'd been scheduled to arrive 3 days ago. As it was, they'd all figured she'd gotten cold feet. "Stop your wiggling. I'll let you down." If she didn't quit, he was liable to drop her for a second tumble of the day. Placing her gently on her feet, Isaac held out his hand to support her elbow only for her to limp forward toward the children. "Hello, children, I'm pleased to meet you." Her hair had come mostly loose from her braid now, only a few sections hanging on for dear life. Still, as Isaac watched her smooth her still damp skirt fruitlessly, he couldn't help but admit she held herself like a real teacher. "I'm Louisa Miller. You may call me Miss Miller or Louisa, and I'd be happy to answer that question." Her attention fell on Benjamin. "What's your name, young man?" "I'm Benjamin," he said as he elbowed his twin brother, Austin, next to him. They both had dark brown hair, constantly skinned knees, and faces smeared with dirt. "This is my brother, Austin. Why do you look like you've been rode hard and put up wet?" All the children giggled at the saying used to describe a horse who'd been put away without being cared for and the ensuing chaos their appearance took, but one shake of Isaac's head had them all regaining some measure of control over themselves. Cecily placed Reuben on the ground and went to stand behind his middle daughter, Liza. Placing her hands on the 10-year-old's shoulders, she cocked her head to the side. "Why are you limping?" Her long blonde hair, the hair so like her mother's before she'd gotten ill it sometimes had him doing a double take, flowed behind her in a tangled mess. He stepped forward to tell the children to stop with all the questioning and let Miss Miller get settled when she held up her hand to stop him. How had she heard his approach from behind? Maybe teachers really did have eyes in the backs of their heads. "I look this way because I had quite a journey getting here, but it was worth every bit of the effort." Straightening up even taller despite her weight shifting to take force off her injured leg, Louisa continued to address the children. "As for why you need school, that's an excellent question. With an education, no matter where you start, you have all the opportunities the world has to offer when you finish." Toby, another 10-year-old in the bunch, laughed. "Lady, all the world had to offer most of us was a bad hand until the Suttons took us in." Ain't none of us gonna be doctors or lawyers or anything else fancy. His gaze looked the most stormy of the bunch, but he'd had every reason to distrust educators. Isaac would talk to him. Should have done it already, but he couldn't blame the boy. Maybe not, Louisa replied. I would wager every cowboy could benefit from reading, writing, and arithmetic. Every carpenter needs to know basic maths, and any farmer needs to understand the science of weather and plant growth. She addressed the whole group then. I'm not here to ruin all the fun you've been having, but I do plan to help you live the lives God has called you to live when you leave here. By the time Louisa finished her little speech, Isaac's brother, Micah, had rung the dinner bell from the kitchen door over on the side of the house. Go on, everyone, Isaac said as the children had already begun to run around the side of the house to wash up at the well pump. As he approached Louisa again, he noticed Abe and Jacob descending the porch steps. Abe was the second oldest brother, and Jacob was smack dab in the middle. Next came Micah, the brother who'd drawn kitchen duty that night, and Ezekiel, usually Zeke, at the end, never far from their thoughts despite being out on the trail with the Rangers. Both of his present brothers wore wide grins on their faces, as though the whole situation was hilarious. Welcome to the ranch, Miss Miller, Abe said as he flashed her his most charming grin. With a flourished bow, Abe gestured to the buildings and land surrounding them. We hope you find your accommodations to your liking. All right, Isaac replied as he rolled his eyes. That's enough of that. He turned to Louisa, ready to take her arm again since she wouldn't allow him to carry her. Would you like me to show you to your cottage first, or should we eat dinner before? Louisa's stomach answered the question with a well-timed growl. Rather than flush or look embarrassed, she simply giggled a sound which reminded him a little of wind chimes on a spring morning. I guess I'd better eat, but don't pick me up again. I need to earn the children's respect, which I'll hardly accomplish if you're carrying me about like a toddler. Her words had been kind, but firm in their delivery, a quality she'd need as she got to know the children. Fair enough, but can you walk on your ankle? If it's broken, you don't want to injure it further. Jacob was the acting doctor on the homestead, though he'd never had the chance to go off for real schooling. Isaac shot a look at his brother, but Louisa waved them off with a flick of her wrist. I think it's a sprain, but thank you for your concern. I'll move of my own strength, albeit slowly, to dinner. With those final words, Louisa straightened her shoulders once more and lifted her skirts enough to avoid tripping over it. With far more dignity than he'd have thought she could muster given her injury and the general state of her appearance, Louisa took her satchel in hand and slowly hobbled towards the side kitchen door as Isaac, Abe, and Jacob stared after her. She's something, ain't she? Abe's excitement over their guest was clear, and Isaac didn't appreciate the way his own blood seemed to heat at the prospect. I thought you said you were sending off for a spinster. I was picturing someone like Miss Lowell. Victoria Lowell had been their teacher for the years they'd gone to school in town as children. She'd been 50 if she was a day, but it was her sour attitude and constantly pursed lips which made her look even older. Honestly, so was I. None of them said it outright, but Isaac knew his brothers well enough to know her beauty shocked them as well. Somehow, even hobbling over the uneven ground with what was likely a still damp skirt after her tumble into the creek, she maintained a self-assuredness he wasn't sure he'd ever felt a day in his life. She can't be older than I am, Jacob said thoughtfully. He was 24 and far quieter and more measured than the brother who'd been born between them. You said she's got experience? Did she? They'd only exchanged one letter before he sent her train fare, but he'd specifically asked for a teacher with experience when he'd written the school. Maybe most teachers with experience wouldn't want to come this far west to tame a passel of hooligans. I guess we'll find out. As he watched her reach the kitchen door, take a deep breath, and step into the farmhouse for the first time, he couldn't find a lick of apprehension. Something deep in his chest assured him Louisa Miller might be exactly who they needed after all. Chapter 3. Louisa hobbled through the door to be met with absolute chaos. The oldest girl was attempting to wrestle the youngest boy into his seat when all he really wanted to do was follow the twin boys around as they chased each other through the kitchen. One of the other boys sat holding a garden snake and tried to shove it in one of the girls' faces. She squealed, her brown curls bobbing as she hopped out of his reach, and the man pulling 3 loaves of bread from the oven didn't seem at all bothered. At least her dress had dried enough. She didn't feel an urgency to change it yet. It hadn't taken long to ride the last few miles to the ranch, but the blazing sun and her own efforts to wring out the moisture on the ride had proven effective. The littlest boy broke free from the confines of the dinner table and almost knocked the soup pot off the stove when Louisa put both fingers in her mouth and whistled loudly. Everyone, including the man carving the bread loaves, froze. "There," Louisa said with a slightly forced smile as she gingerly placed her injured foot to the floor. "That's better. Children, I'd love to get to know all of you, but I can't while you're running around like greased pigs on butchering day." Her words brought a giggle from a few of the younger group, but the oldest daughter's eyes narrowed in her direction. She'd have to tread carefully, as the girl had no doubt been doing her best with the brood for years and might feel as though Louisa meant to oust her. "Dinner smells delicious, and I'd hate for us to miss it because it was knocked onto the floor." Turning to face the oldest girl head-on, Louisa did her best to appear unthreatening. "What's your name?" The girl stood, grabbing hold of the younger boy's hand where he'd frozen near her chair. "I'm Cecily, and I'm 13. I've had as much Schulin as I need, so I guess you can teach the younger ones." Behind the annoyance and challenge in her beautiful brown eyes was hurt and uncertainty, and Louisa couldn't find it in herself to be upset with the girl's presumptiveness. Her long blonde hair hung loose, though both the hair and the girl were clearly healthy. The tangles seemed to be the result of a good hard day of play, not from neglect. "Good to know. Perhaps you can help me with some of the others." There was a story there, and Louisa planned to get it when she could. How had Cecily had school when the others hadn't? Before she had a chance to ask, the kitchen door opened again to reveal Isaac, Abe, and Jacob stepping through. All of them looked surprised to see the children moving to their seats already, and Louisa got the feeling the chaos was their norm. Isaac removed his Stetson. "Who whistled?" "That was me," Louisa replied. "I had to get their attention somehow, and it always worked on my brothers and sisters." Being the oldest of 8, a little chaos hardly scared her. She shrugged, shooting a wink towards the twin boys she knew were going to cause both trouble and side-splitting laughter if she could win them over. The cowboy at the stove finally broke free from his shock and placed the loaf pans on the counter. "Somebody gonna fill me in?" "I'm Micah, by the way, ma'am, and I reckon we could use your help out on the range with that whistle." "My ears are still ringing." "This is Louisa Miller," Isaac said as he stepped closer behind her. His large frame loomed in her space, but it didn't make her feel suffocated. Rather, it was comforting in an odd way. "She's the children's new teacher. Children, take your seats. Cecily, will you help Reuben with his bowl, please?" "Yes, sir," the girl replied. So they did have some manners, just a little rough around the edges. Miss Miller wanted us all to introduce ourselves. So Miss Miller it would be, at least for a while. Perhaps they'd grow used to her and use her given name at some point, though some teachers would balk at that. Still, her experience with her own siblings told her one could have a personal relationship with someone and still respect them. "Sounds like a great idea," Isaac said. "Miss Miller, why don't you take a seat and rest your ankle? We'll get everything to the table." And they did. Together, the 4 cowboys served the children and Louisa from the large stew pot on the stove and the bread Micah had sliced. As they did, the children went around and introduced themselves. "I'm Liza, a girl who favored Cecily so much she had to be her sister," proclaimed. "I'm 10 and I've had Schulin too." She bit her lip, staring down at the table. "I'd like to have some more though, if you're not too busy." Her own blonde hair had been pulled back into a smartly formed braid, one Louisa felt sure her older sister had fashioned. The insecurity and clear desire to learn both warmed and broke Louisa's heart. "I'd be happy to teach you, Liza. It'll be great fun." The 4 boys were decidedly less enthusiastic about starting school, as 10-year-old Toby had had a little as well, and the twins, Benjamin and Austin, declared they had no need for such things. William, age 7, looked like Cecily and Liza, so Louisa guessed these were Isaac's children. William had been the boy with the snake, but he'd promptly set it on the windowsill as soon as his father walked in the door. They didn't look a thing like him, so his wife's features must have been strong. They were the only 3 who called him Pa. I'm Sophie, the brunette little girl with ringlet curls and the biggest and most beautiful eyes Louisa had ever seen, said softly. I'm 6. Did you bring any books with you? Her hair was also well styled with a ribbon to match the lace on her dress. Sophie loves stories. Isaac cut in with a gentle smile at the little girl. We've been given a few books from folks in town, but I reckon she's had us read them so many times they're falling apart. You're in luck. I have a couple in my bag, but one of my teachers from my school in Boston planned to ship a whole trunk full of primers, storybooks, textbooks, and a whole host of other goodies for you children. It should be here within a month or so, Lord willing. In the meantime, I figured we could get on with stories from the Bible and some of Aesop's fables. There'd been a few times during her hike in the sun when the books in her bag felt more like cement blocks, but the sparkle in Sophie's eyes made it all worth it. In fact, the girl's wide grin just about dulled the pain in Louisa's ankle to the point she could actually enjoy a few bites of bread and soup. The bread was soft, and the soup was seasoned perfectly. If she'd have been concerned about eating well on a ranch run by 5 brothers, she wouldn't be anymore. Wait, didn't you tell me there were 5 of you men out here? Where's the 5th brother? The mood sobered a little, but Isaac cleared his throat. Our youngest brother, Ezekiel, we call him Zeke, is off training with the Texas Rangers. We're right proud of him, but we miss him. I'm sure you do. Now, I do believe I have one more friend to meet. Louisa directed her attention to the youngest of the crew, a red-haired and blue-eyed little angel sitting next to Cecily. He had to be 3 or 4, and his mouth was currently stuffed full of bread. What's your name? The little boy chewed in silence for a second before Isaac answered on his behalf. This is Reuben. He hasn't spoken since he came to live with us, but he communicates in other ways. He lifted a hand to rub the back of his neck, clearly feeling a bit of insecurity himself. He needn't worry. Louisa wasn't about to tuck tail and run at the unique set of challenges before her. No, she firmly believed the Lord led her to the Sutton ranch, and she planned to see it through until he told her otherwise. Well, Reuben, I'm pleased to meet you. I know we'll become great friends. Reuben grinned, and it was so cute she couldn't bring herself to correct his doing so with a mouthful of food. They settled back into typical table conversation for a few minutes when Abe sat back and patted his stomach. You'll get used to all the noise eventually, provided we don't scare you off. With a wink, the cowboy took a sip of his drink. I have 7 younger siblings, a little noise never hurt me. Catching Cecily's eye across the table, Louisa smiled softly. Would the girl understand her silent promise not to try and remove her from the position she'd held for years? You did a wonderful job with the girl's hair, by the way. It was possible she'd guessed wrong, but Cecily blushed prettily and nodded without a word. Clearly, the girl put her siblings' grooming before her own in the mornings, a habit Louisa knew all too well. Leaving her siblings had been the hardest part about the move, and she knew well the love an older sister had for those who came after her. The rest of dinner moved forward with a rising level of noise as the children and the cowboys jockeyed for varying levels of attention. Some were quieter, Isaac among them, but by the time she'd finished her long-awaited soup bowl, Louisa's ankle throbbed so intensely she wondered if there was any way she'd make it to the cottage Isaac had pointed out earlier. After dinner, the children ran back through the side door and returned outside, most of them heading to the barn with Micah and Abe to see puppies, which had apparently been born the week before. Louisa settled back in her seat, steeling herself against the inevitable pain as she stood. Across the table, Isaac and Jacob watched her carefully. You all right? He hung back, but as much pluck as she'd been able to show earlier, putting even an ounce of weight on the ankle now had spots dancing in front of her vision. No, I don't think I am. It pricked her pride to admit it, but even a single step would probably have the tears spilling over. If you could help me get to the cottage, I'd be much obliged. Isaac shared a look with his brother, followed by a nod from both. Sweeping around the table, the oldest brother wrapped his arm around her back and swept her up into his arms once more. Jacob's going to take a look at the ankle once we get you to the cottage, and we've already got a wash tub there we can fill for you to get cleaned up when we're done. Now, are you going to be still, or are you going to wiggle again and get yourself plopped into the floor? Well and truly humbled, Louisa let her head fall back on his shoulder, the impropriety of the whole situation vastly eclipsed by her pain. I'll behave. Louisa Miller was a tough one, that much was certain. As soon as he'd gotten her in the little cottage they'd built for the coming teacher, he placed her in the chair they'd moved in front of the wood stove. Tears silently flowed down her cheeks as Jacob had gently pried her shoe off her swollen foot, but she'd not made a single sound or thrashed about. Can you move it up and down? Good, now in a circle. Jacob's words were soft. Isaac had seen his brother treat turned ankles before, but right now it took everything in him not to throw the man out on the front porch for hurting her. Jacob wasn't really hurting her. He had to find out what kind of motion she had in the foot to determine if it was a break or a sprain, but it still had Isaac's fist itching. Filling up the tub with warm water for her bath had distracted him for a few minutes, but that particular task was now done. Maybe it was the vulnerability in Louisa's eyes as they sparkled from tears she'd tried desperately to hold back. Maybe it was his penchant for helping those who needed it no matter the personal cost. It most definitely wasn't the way his heart had thudded in his chest when he'd swept her into his arms again and she'd finally surrendered to lay on his shoulder. The women in town would have been scandalized by the action, and the thought had Isaac pondering whether he ought to send the beautiful young woman back where she came from. As her wild auburn hair had slid over his shoulder to settle in whatever nooks it could find, an altogether unwelcome feeling had washed over him like a bucket of cold water to the face. It wasn't one he was familiar with, for reasons he'd never have thought to tell Louisa, but suddenly the idea had crossed his mind. This woman and his response to her were as unexpected as a snowstorm in a Texas June, but she was here now. The children, at least some of them, were desperate for someone to teach them, and Cecily was long past overdue for a little help. Now, as he stood looking out the small front window of her cottage at the lights so low one could barely still call it dusk, he took in a deep breath and loosened the tension in both his shoulders and his fists. "All right," Jacob said, pulling Isaac's attention from his own mental turmoil. "The good news is I don't think it's broken, just a bad sprain. The bad news is sprains like this sometimes take longer to heal than an outright break. I know you want to get cleaned up, so I won't wrap the ankle right now. I'm about to head out to the line shack tonight to stay with Micah and our calving mamas." "Isaac," he said knowingly, "would you be willing to wrap Louisa's ankle when she's finished?" Micah stayed in the line shack more often than not, with the rest of them taking turns during particular times of year. As he looked at Louisa and the way her flushed face from earlier had calmed into a quiet peace, a war waged within him of desire to take the coward's way out and go to the line shack himself versus wrapping the ankle himself. Was that even a good idea? She already had him tied up in knots from the moment he'd seen her genuine compassion for the children on the ride from the creek. He'd felt it again when she'd insisted he put her down rather than allow the children to have yet another reason to disrespect her. Again, it welled up as she spoke with each child at dinner as though they mattered as individuals, unlike the teacher in town who'd treated all the Sutton kids as a unit. "Yeah," he said with a scratchier voice than he was used to. "Yeah, I'll wrap it." He glanced around the room, realizing then how small the space was. I can get Cecily if you need help getting to the bath." It wasn't the ideal solution, but her reputation mattered even if no one in town knew she was here yet. "I think I can handle it." With a brave face mostly masking a wince, Louisa stood and hobbled towards the bedroom where he'd set up the tub. "If you'll wait outside, I'll let you know when I'm ready." Isaac nodded curtly, then followed Jacob out the door. His brother leaned against the exterior cottage wall, the one they'd whitewashed in an attempt to make it more welcoming for the new teacher, and turned his lips up into a smile. "She's pretty, isn't she?" "Didn't notice," Isaac lied through his teeth. "She's the children's teacher, not some mail-order bride who's come out west for adventure." A bark of a laugh escaped his brother. "Sure, you didn't, but did you give any thought to what folks in town are going to think of her when they find out she's here all alone with us?" There it was. The reminder of everything Martha had gone through at the hands of those in town who should have accepted her with compassion. Anyone in town who matters will know we're good men who need someone to teach the children. As for the others, I guess their opinions don't matter much to me. The list might be small, with Hal and Florence first among them, but there were a few who'd always been good to the Suttons. Pastor Jim topped the list as well, though Isaac didn't bring his name up in front of Jacob for reasons regarding the man's daughter the family rarely spoke of. If those opinions matter to her, Would it matter to her? So far, she'd seemed plucky and resilient, confident in herself, but the Suttons had a mixed reputation in town depending on who you talked to. Not to mention, she'd already been the victim of a difficult journey and a sprained ankle having just gotten there. Would she be willing to stay, or would they be once again without a teacher? I guess that'll be up to her. If she's not comfortable with the arrangement, I'll pay her fare home. Chapter 4. Excellent, Sophie. You're doing so well with your letters. Louisa held out her hand for the next in line, Benjamin, as he handed her his primer. Turned out, they'd had a few primers and writing books around the house already, so they'd been able to go ahead and get started quickly. Reuben hadn't spoken, but Isaac had been right when he said the boy communicated in his own way. Sometimes, he'd take her hand in his little one, leading her to show her whatever it was he wanted. Other times, he'd simply make motions, giggling as she suggested more and more ridiculous things he might be asking for. That morning, all the children sat around the dining room table as Louisa reclined with her foot elevated in the chair next to her. She'd used a slate to begin teaching the children their letters in the hopes any of them who'd already had schooling wouldn't be too bored. For the moment, each of them had been oddly well behaved, a stark contrast to last night's chaos around the dinner table. It was nearly noon, and they'd mostly listened like little angels. Despite her rocky start, she could do this. Reuben even sat beside her during her read-aloud time that morning and rested his head on her shoulder. The cowboys had been out early with the sun, though Isaac had come back in to ensure Cecily had started breakfast. Eventually, Louisa would be happy to help her with the task of frying bacon and scrambling eggs, but it was tough at the moment due to her ankle. Isaac said Jacob would look at it again that evening, but it wasn't a pleasant thought. When Louisa had awoken, the whole thing had been lined and dotted with swollen and bruised skin. She'd rewrapped the bandage, something that at least made it easier to walk, and tried to stay off of it as much as possible. The ranch house, more of a cabin really, was cozy despite being sparsely decorated. How long ago had Isaac's wife passed? Or had she left? He hadn't noted whether he was a widower in his letters, only that 3 of the children were his and the rest they'd taken in but not legally adopted. Still, what the place lacked in a woman's touch, it had in spades in terms of family affection. As Louisa reached out for Benjamin's closed writing book to check his penmanship of the letters she'd taught them, her fingers curled around the bookmark where she guessed he'd marked his page. Except, the bookmark moved, startling her into dropping the book right into her lap. A green garden snake slithered out of the now open book, and the children burst into laughter at her flushed cheeks and wide eyes. Of course, Louisa said as she worked to catch her breath. I knew it was too good to be true for you all to be so well-behaved this morning. She could choose to get angry, even to report the indiscretion to Isaac, but her time with her younger siblings meant she was well-versed in how to handle pranks. Come here, little guy. In fact, as long as the boys didn't follow suit from 2 of her little brothers by putting a snake in her pillowcase, she'd be fine. Willing her hands not to shake, Louisa gathered the poor little thing into her hand and crooked her finger at Benjamin from his spot rolling around on the floor. I believe he belongs to you, young man. She'd have placed him outside herself, which would require putting weight on her ankle, and the very thought made her cringe. I think he's ready to go home, she said with the slightest smirk as she placed the small critter into Benjamin's hand. Then you can copy 3 more pages of letters. Remaining calm followed by a clear consequence was the way her mother had always tried to handle their brood, and she'd do her best to follow suit. By noon, they'd worked their way through a few letters, a basic math lesson, and even another read-aloud time. She'd even worked a science lesson about reptiles into the mix as an ode to their scaly friend who'd been mercifully placed back in the garden by Benjamin. Louisa's stomach growled, and the children were clearly ready for whatever Cecily had smelling so good on the stove. I'll help serve, Toby said suspiciously as he took off to help Cecily dish stew into bowls. It was light-colored potato soup, possibly? He'd just finished loading up the bowls and placed one in front of Louisa when Abe came sauntering through the door looking every bit the confident cowboy he was. Abe didn't have quite as broad a build as his brother Isaac, and his hair was lighter, but he had a disarming joy about him. He seemed mischievous, something Louisa appreciated as a result of 2 of her brothers holding the same cards. Howdy there, hooligans. Y'all bein' good for Miss Miller. Yes, sir, they replied with varying levels of enthusiasm and what appeared to be concern. Toby glanced up from his spot by the bowls, wide-eyed and suddenly devoid of color. Abe, he stammered. Is everyone coming back for lunch, or just you? Just me, the cowboy grinned. Why? No reason. Toby hustled back to his job, trading looks with Austin and Benjamin as he did so. Whatever they had up their sleeves, it was none of Louisa's business until it became so. Besides, the soup smelled so good as it filled the kitchen all Louisa could think about was taking a big bite. Well, that was until she looked down and noticed her soup to be a shade or so darker than everyone else's. Had Cecily added extra seasonings to her bowl? More pepper, perhaps? Abe finished washing up and rounded the table, stopping short before he reached her seat. Louisa, can I see your bowl, please? Sure, she replied as she handed him the soup. What's wrong? Taking a big whiff of the soup, Abe pierced Toby with a glare. Tobias Harding, come here right now. Toby's eyes immediately went to the floor, but he rounded the table to stand beside Abe. The cowboy placed the bowl of soup on the table and pointed to the chair. Here, this is your seat now. Grabbing hold of the boy's shoulders, Abe yanked the chair out beside Louisa and all but pushed Toby into it. You want to feed your teacher pig slop? You can eat a bowl full instead. What had initially been a pale-faced Toby turned bright red as the realization dawned on Louisa. You try to feed me pig slop, Toby? Others might have been angry, even hurt at the prank, but Louisa saw it all for what it was. The boys were pushing their boundaries and communicating to her in the only way they knew how, through mischief. Not to mention, it didn't take a trained teacher to know Toby didn't trust her yet. Whether it was due to not trusting teachers, women, or new adults in general, it was likely well warranted. So rather than be offended, she'd try to hide her amusement and lean into the compassion it also raised. Yeah, he said softly. We crushed it up real good so you wouldn't notice, but we were plannin' on tellin' ya after you ate a bite or two. We weren't gonna make you eat all of it. He stared at his lunch, distaste for whatever trash he knew had gone in the bowl clear on his face. Now you get to eat it or be hungry, Abe replied. The choice is yours. I'll help Cecily set the bowls out. With that, the 10 of them quickly had bowls of what was actually potato soup set before them, delicious along with the fresh berries the children had apparently picked a few days before. Toby, for his part, didn't eat a bite. By the time Abe finished up and went outside, Louisa's compassion finally won out. Children, go outside and play for a while. We'll work on more lessons in about an hour. Toby, please stay inside with me. Cecily moved to wash the dishes, but Louisa stopped her. Toby and I are going to handle the cleanup, Cecily. You go play with everyone. The girl glanced from her to Toby and back again, but she didn't speak before following Reuben and Sophie out into the yard towards the swing they'd hung from a large oak tree beside the house. Toby sat, his hands shaking in his lap, and Louisa knew the boy was hungry. Toby, look at me please. He did, and what Louisa saw there wasn't a trouble-making young man. No, he was a scared little boy wondering what his teacher was going to do next. First, I want you to dump that slop in the bucket on the counter. We'll take it out to the pigs after we finish cleaning up. Then, I want you to get a bowl and eat some potato soup. There looks to be enough left for another bowl or two. After that, you and I are going to wash the dishes and finish cleaning up the leftovers. You're not gonna wrap my knuckles with a switch for it? Toby's voice shook and Louisa fought the urge to pull him into a hug. No, I'm not. Now, you'll have to wash so I can sit to dry, but I also believe in forgiveness. If you and I can reach some kind of understanding, I think we might even become friends. I can assure you, I'm a much better ally than enemy. She winked, praying God would soften this boy's heart to her and what she had to teach him. Thank you, Miss Miller, but now I feel like I oughta tell you something. His hands shook again as Louisa motioned for him to go on. You're gonna have trouble getting up from that chair. Why's that? 'Cause we put molasses in it, and it's probably dry by now. He at least had the decency to look chagrined as Louisa let out a deep sigh. At least they didn't have access to the new glue products she'd come across in Boston during her schooling. Louisa sighed, biting her lip to hold back her laughter. Oh, Toby. It looks as though you're going to help me with my laundry too. How'd it go at lunch today? Isaac hadn't been able to make it back for the midday meal, but he'd sent Abe in the hope his brother would quell any mutinies the children had begun on their unsuspecting teacher. Something in him could admit he might have been a little cowardly asking Abe to go, but something about Louisa unsettled him in altogether unfamiliar ways. With a snort, Abe hung his horse's bridle up on the nail in the barn. Both of them were dusty and sweaty, as were Jacob and Micah, having been out all day in the heat, but they'd managed to get the herd rotated successfully to a new field and managed to treat a few minor injuries without much trouble. "They're giving her a bit of a hard time," Abe said. "I think she'll get them in line. There's something about her, a spunk I'm not sure I've seen before." He shrugged, completely oblivious to Isaac's narrowed eyes and attempts to focus on the task at hand rather than his brother's clear admiration for the new teacher. "What do you mean they're giving her a hard time?" "She needs to be off her ankle, not chasing them around all day." Would they get back to the house that evening to Louisa with her meager bag packed and ready to go? Would she beg for a ride into town to get as far away from Cloverdale, Texas, and the Sutton ranch as she could? His pulse picked up and his frustration grew. Why couldn't he think objectively about the woman who he'd only met yesterday? She was just a teacher. If she left, surely they could find another one. Well, finding another one might be more difficult than he'd like to admit. It wasn't like they could pay a full teacher's salary, and the cottage they'd done their best to make comfortable for her was pretty small. Abe grabbed a brush and ran it down his horse's flank. "You probably ought to ask her." "I'm not sure it's my place, though you clearly want to make it yours." His brother's eyes twinkled as his brows rose in mischief, disappearing beneath his Stetson. So Abe had definitely noticed. "She's the children's teacher, and that's all. She's not that much older than Cecily, for goodness sake." How could he possibly go courting a woman who was, 7 years older than his oldest daughter? His brother's expression turned serious now, if a bit annoyed. "That's different, and you know it." "Maybe, but the fact remains about her being their teacher. And too young to boot." Finishing up his work with Roscoe and locking the stall behind him for the evening, Isaac jammed his hat back on his head and turned on his heel. He'd find out what happened, even if it meant talking to Louisa. Stomping across the yard, Isaac's imagination got the better of him. The beauty of the lush green fields and the purples and pinks in the late summer sunset contrasted with the storm brewing inside him. What had the kids done? Had they actually hurt Louisa somehow? They wouldn't have meant to, but their pranks were known to get out of hand on occasion, as his had when he was a boy. The urge to pray came over him, not a sensation he was particularly used to over the years. Did the Almighty even listen to a cowboy's prayers? It wasn't like he was a pastor or anything. He felt a little foolish, but Isaac lifted a mumbled prayer to the Lord anyway. "Lord, give me the patience to deal with whatever faces me with wisdom and truth. The kids don't need me flying off the handle just because they need a teacher." Hal had always told him during his time working at the livery that the Lord cared about even the smallest details of his life. It was tough for him to believe, but he'd been trying for the last few years. With that, he pushed through the kitchen door to a sight that stopped him in his tracks. Louisa sat on the sofa with her foot propped on the upholstered ottoman, in a different dress than the one he'd seen her wearing that morning. This one was light blue, contrasting her auburn hair and rosy cheeks. The children sat around her, every one of them listening intently as she read from the McGuffey's reader in her hand. "If you are divided," she said in a deep voice as though she were a man, "you will be broken as easily as these sticks." Was that bundle of sticks one of Aesop's fables? He briefly remembered hearing the story as a boy, but it had been so long since he'd done any reading whatsoever. As President Lincoln said in his famous speech of 1858, "A house divided against itself cannot stand." Can anyone tell me how this might relate to you and your lives? Louisa raised a brow expectantly at the children, but it was Toby who spoke up first. "Fighting won't solve anything, and it'll make us weaker as a family." He spoke softly, but it surprised Isaac the boy spoke at all. The kitchen door opened behind him and Abe, Jacob, and Micah moved through. The crew at the sofa still hadn't noticed him, but they noticed his brothers and their boisterous laughter. As the children stood to run over and hug the patriarchs of their makeshift family, Isaac reveled in their enthusiastic embraces before making his way over to Louisa on the couch. His ire from earlier dampened significantly. He sat down in the chair across from her. I heard you had some ups and downs today. Want to tell me about it so I can speak to the children? Louisa snapped the book shut, a soft but tired smile lifting her lips. No, I have it handled. Though, my ankle is really throbbing this evening, so would you mind if I take supper in the cottage and forego any after-dinner activities? She began to scoot to the front of the sofa and lifted her foot down from the ottoman. Breaking free from his surprise at her answer, Isaac jumped to his feet and offered his hand. Did they have any crutches around she might use? Surely, one of them had needed to use them at some point with all the ruckus they'd gotten into over the years. Are you sure? I don't mind speaking to them. There didn't seem to be any misgivings in her golden brown eyes, but he searched nonetheless. Even as he did so, an altogether unfamiliar and unwelcome feeling stirred in his chest. Louisa Miller was the type of woman he might have pursued in his younger days, though the woman herself would have been much too young at the time. She was confident, compassionate, clearly intelligent, and embraced challenges and adventure with a hunger for life he wasn't sure he'd experienced in any of his 30 years. Could he raise girls like Louisa with enough love and the knowledge they had a soft place to land? What about the boys? Raising them to be men of integrity and faith might have been even harder than raising the girls, as they'd witnessed the complete opposite growing up. Still, Louisa didn't balk in the slightest at the new and unexpected challenge. I'm sure, she said as she took his arm and hissed with the pain of her ankle. They're my students, and we have to come to respect one another. Chapter 5. Louisa gripped the edges of the wheelbarrow for dear life as she bumped along the grassy field a few days later. This had been a bad idea, one that very well might end up with her face down in a cow patty, but it had seemed like a good plan at the time. It was a beautiful late summer day, one of the rare ones actually starting to feel like fall, though she'd been told it would turn hot again, so reading outside under the shade of a large tree on the hillside felt like just the ticket. Unfortunately, her ankle was nowhere near healed enough to make the trek, so Toby had come up with the idea of letting her ride in the wheelbarrow. She'd regretted the decision almost immediately, though she'd chosen to press on. Now, as her teeth clacked together from the bumping and the thing tipped precariously to the side every time they made a turn, she clenched her eyes shut and prayed she wouldn't roll out onto the ground. Just up this hill, she said hesitantly as the twin sword-fought with sticks and Sophie chased a butterfly. They continued moving during all the distraction though, so she didn't comment, particularly when Austin and Benjamin had been arguing all morning. Do you need me to get out and try to walk it, Toby? It'll be heavier going up the hill. I've got it, Miss Miller, Toby assured her. Sweat rolled down his brow, and he'd been breathing heavily from the exertion for the past 5 minutes. She'd not attack his pride by pointing it out, especially since their truce was still so new after the potato soup incident. Cecily, who'd been bringing up the rear, quietly appeared beside him and took one of the handles while he pushed the other. They moved slowly, but Louisa didn't miss the grateful look he'd thrown in the girls' direction as they made their way up the small hill. Finally at the top, Louisa allowed Toby and Cecily to help her rise from the wooden contraption and gain her footing. Perfect, she said with a smile as she held up her McGuffey's reader and basked in the soft breeze upon her face. Has anyone heard the story of the tortoise and the hare? None raised their hand, save Cecily, and Louisa grinned even further. These children may be far behind their peers, but there was something quite exciting about being the one to introduce so much of the world to them. That week, she'd had more than a few squabbles to break up, another prank or two thrown her way, and a quite vocally reluctant set of twins any time she had them work on their numbers. Still, it was all relatively normal child behavior in her estimation, particularly when one considered the impact of abandonment and abuse thrust upon them at such impressionable ages. Sophie climbed up in her lap as they'd finished a second story, and Louisa decided to open her Bible to read a few of her favorites to them as well. As she'd finished the story of Jonah, making all the children giggle with her seated rendition of a fish swallowing the reluctant prophet, Austin's loud voice cut through the reverie. I said stop. His head was turned towards his brother as the two of them jumped to their feet. Austin had barely gained his footing when he tackled Benjamin to the ground, and the two of them began to roll around on the ground until Benjamin took to his feet once again. All the children screamed for them to stop, minus Toby and Sophie. Toby had scrambled back until he'd achieved refuge at the base of the tree, his face white despite his being bigger than either of the twins. Sophie shook, and Louisa could already hear her sniffling as she tried valiantly to hold back her tears. Reuben alternated between yelling and burying his head in Cecily's skirts. This wasn't the typical schoolyard reaction to a fight, and it told Louisa all she needed to know about the children's differing exposures to violence. Gently lifting Sophie off her lap, Louisa stood to her feet, ignoring the protest in her ankle. "That is quite enough," she said in warning even as she hurried their direction. At the moment, any damage she might do was the last thing on her mind. The boys had started throwing punches now, and Louisa took a deep breath knowing exactly what was likely to happen as she stepped into the fray. Grabbing Austin by the torso, Louisa thrust him backwards enough to stand between them. They were about 6 inches shorter than her, but both were strong due to their work on the ranch. At least they hadn't reached their teens yet, as her experience with her brothers and their friends told her exactly how nasty fistfights could get at those ages. 2 of her brothers, Calvin and Warren, had gotten in so much trouble from a fight in the schoolyard Papa had made them wash down the schoolhouse, weed nearly everyone's flower beds in town, and do general maintenance work for the teacherage for the next year. After that, they'd both become model students, and Calvin was even in law school in Boston. Whatever anger the boys had towards each other in the moment, it was enough to keep them in a haze of flying fists. After what could have only been a few seconds, but felt much longer, Louisa felt the inevitable force hit her nose and send her eyes immediately watering. Finally shaken free from their single-minded missions, both boys froze as Louisa felt the blood trickle down her lips and chin, landing on the third of 3 dresses she'd brought with her to Texas. The first still had to be mended from the tears she'd received in the woods from tree branches and her roll down the hill. The second was currently drying on the clothesline after thankfully coming clean from the molasses. Now, the green gingham she'd long considered her favorite had blood running down the front as 2 boys stared at her in horror. "Miss Miller," Benjamin stammered as his face drained even lighter than Toby's. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean dash. Boys." Behind her, Isaac's voice cut through the child's attempts to explain, and he didn't sound the least bit happy. "I better not have seen what I think I saw." Isaac had made himself somewhat scarce over the last few days, but Abe and Jacob had told her he was in a busy season with the cattle having finished calving and the cattle drive coming up for those who'd been born the year before. She didn't quite believe it, but hadn't had time to dwell on it as the children had kept her plenty busy. Now, though, he was neither aloof nor awkward. He was angry, quite so, as he closed the distance between the crest of the hill and where Louisa stood freely bleeding from her nose. Beside her, the twins both looked like they'd been in a tussle, with a cut above Austin's eyebrow and a blooming bruise on his brother's cheek. Louisa stepped in front of the boys on instinct, though she knew in her heart the quiet cowboy would never harm any of the children in his care. Why, he'd been the one to tell her it was an unacceptable form of discipline in their home in the first place. Still, as he saw her make the small movement, his gait slowed, and he paused. A deep breath made his shoulders rise and fall, and he removed his Stetson from atop his head. "Boys," he said in a low but controlled voice. "What happened?" The red haze in front of Isaac's eyes, which had descended like a curtain the moment he'd seen Louisa's blood pouring from her nose, receded as he took in the faces of Austin and Benjamin where they trembled behind Louisa. She'd stepped in front of them. They'd punched her in the nose, and she'd stepped in front of them. Of course, he'd never lay a hand on any of his children, but the fact she'd defend them in spite of everything raised his respect for the woman impossibly higher. "Boys, what happened?" Apparently satisfied, Louisa stepped out from in front of the boys and accepted the handkerchief he gave her. It was clean, mostly, and it would keep some of the blood off her dress. Isaac knelt down, looking both boys in the eye expectantly, willing to wait for the explanation. "Out with it." "He kept pokin' me with a stick while Miss Miller was readin', Pa." Austin let out a loud sniff as he pointed at his brother. "I told him to stop a bunch, but he kept doing it. Then he pinched me tryin' to make me yell out. I lost my temper. I'm real sorry, Miss Miller. I didn't mean to hit ya." Tears spilled over his cheeks as his trembling continued. Toby, the child who'd watched his father get the stuffing beat out of him after cheating at a poker game, slowly moved his feet at the base of the tree. The poor man had succumbed to his injuries, and Toby'd been left with no one as his mother was long gone. Louisa spoke, though her tone was nasally due to what was undoubtedly plenty of swelling. "I know you didn't, Austin. I forgive you, but there will be consequences for you both." "We'll help you clean your dress," Benjamin cut in. "Just like Toby had to." "What had Toby done to her dress? There's something I need to know about?" His gaze swung over to Toby, the poor kid still a little shaken by the violence they did their best to keep from ever happening. The boy opened his mouth, but Louisa limped across the distance between them and placed her hand on Toby's shoulder. "No, it's been taken care of. In fact, Toby was kind enough to push me down the path here in the wheelbarrow, so I didn't have to walk." All right, if that's the way she wanted to handle them, it was up to her. Still, he couldn't let the twins get away with what they'd done. Still kneeling before them, Isaac cleared his throat. "Boys, I'm very disappointed in you both. I've taught you what it means to be a man, and it means protecting innocent women, not hurting them because you can't control your anger." The boys hung their heads in shame, a tear rolling down Austin's cheek. "We didn't mean to, Pa honest." His wide eyes turned to Louisa, more tears falling as he took in her rapidly bruising face. "We'll do anything to make it up to you, Miss Miller. We're so sorry." Benjamin nodded feverishly beside him, his face flushed and sheened with sweat. The twins both called him Pa, never having had one of their own to speak of. Others, Toby in particular, had quite a different view of a father figure and called him by his name. Either was fine with him, as Sophia flipped back and forth between the two. The twins had come west on an orphan train, with no one willing to take in the spirited and occasionally mischievous boys. It hadn't helped their cause that they'd been underfed and undersized at the time, not a pair any farmer would take on for the sake of raising up a couple of farmhands. Pastor Jim had brought them Toby and Sophia on separate occasions, the circuit pastor they'd known since childhood, well aware of his inability to turn away a child in need. Isaac spoke again, this time placing a hand on each of their shoulders. "It's a big deal now, and you can see that from Miss Miller's face. Imagine what would have happened if you were 13, 16, or even a grown man. Strength means nothing if it's not under control, and there's a reason the Bible talks about self-control being a fruit of the Spirit. I know brothers fight." He knew that as well as anyone, and he and his brothers had gotten into their fare of scuffles over the years. "I'm teaching you what our Pa never bothered to teach us, if he even knew it himself. Being a man isn't about aggression and solving problems with your fists. It's about having the self-control to work things out without violence and to only fight when you have to defend yourself or others." From her spot next to Toby, Louisa removed the handkerchief he'd given her. She'd successfully stopped the bleeding. It didn't look swollen enough to be broken, but it would certainly be sore for a few days. "He's right, boys. Solving problems with your fists won't end any way than giving you a black eye. I forgive you, but I'll be coming up with consequences myself on top of whatever Isaac comes up with." She still held her shoulders back and strong, gentle words still thick with conviction and promise of the upcoming consequence. "Miss Miller, is it time to head back to the house yet? You can ride Roscoe if you'd like. I'm not sure the wheelbarrow will be quite as comfortable with your nose throbbing." She nodded, apparently able to take help when she really needed it. "That'd be much appreciated. Thank you." Isaac closed the distance between them and spoke low in her ear. "I'm not going to force it, but I've got a good guess you're in pain. Will you let me carry you down the hill to Roscoe, or do you want to walk?" She sighed deeply as she stopped, shifting herself to the point the children couldn't see her around Isaac. Wiping a few tears which had spilled over onto her cheek and dabbing her nose once again, Louisa sighed deeply. "Give me a second to gather myself. I think it'll only make the boys feel worse if you carry me. They need to understand their actions have natural consequences as well as those we give. They'd hurt her and she was in pain. Both boys had enough compassion they'd feel awful for days about it." She took another deep breath, raising her gaze to meet his. "Look at my face, Isaac. I think it'll drive the point home for a few days at least." Chapter 6. Toby. Louisa breathed 4 days later as she studied the drawing of the ranch's barn with the puppies gallivanting in front and Roscoe grazing towards the side. He stood next to Abe's horse, Gravy, and Jacob's horse, Possum Trot. Both names were unique enough she'd like to get the story at some point. This is brilliant. I had no idea you had such a talent for art. Her voice still sounded a little nasally, but thankfully the bruising had begun to yellow. She'd not been able to sing the hymns during church the day before comfortably, but talking didn't bother her. They'd all had a lovely home church service, as the traveling circuit minister only came to their town every other week. She still hadn't gotten into Cloverdale to send a letter to her family, but at least she and the children had come to somewhat of an understanding. The twins had indeed helped her with her washing, but they'd also done all the washing for the family on Saturday. They'd been given extra barn chores all week as well, as Isaac said any boys who had the energy to fight obviously needed more chores. Still, she'd also had them do some extra writing practice, as well as joining Cecily in the kitchen more often when the cowboys were out in the field. Austin, who'd apparently always tried to get out of kitchen help, had actually come to enjoy it. Toby blushed as Louisa perused his drawing of the barn she'd admired when she'd first arrived. The shading was perfect, especially considering he'd only used a pencil. "Thank you, Miss Miller. Have you always enjoyed art?" Toby was a bit of a mystery compared to some of her other, more talkative students. She knew from his reaction on the hill that day he'd had a tough go of it, but she didn't know any more than that. Perhaps, with a little encouragement, his art could be a window into the heart of this young man. "I've always liked looking at it, and my ma used to draw a lot before she died." He shrugged, his cheeks pinking even as his gaze took on a faraway quality. "She was real good, and I used to sit and watch her. I guess it made me feel, I don't know, close to her after she died." Louisa placed her hand on his shoulder as the rest of the children played in the living room. "Tell me more about her." This was why she'd come west. This was why she'd left her family, to love these children and teach them more about the faith Isaac and his brothers had already tried so hard to give them. "What was she like?" Toby sighed, swallowing deeply. "Her name was Anna. I remember spending every day with her when I was little. She was the most important person in my world. I thought she was so beautiful, and she somehow made our house comfortable despite my pa being fired constantly from every labor job he took for drinking on the job or stealing from them." "Where'd you grow up?" Her heart broke for this little boy, the one who'd adored his ma, only to have her pass and his father's misdeeds taken out on him. "Austin, while she was alive. She took in laundry and kept a garden to feed us, but even as tired as she was, she'd always read to me and played with me whenever she got the chance. I remember her saving for months to buy me a little wooden train set for Christmas." Toby sniffed loudly, the boy on the cusp of manhood looking more and more like a small child who missed his mother. "She died about a year after that, and my pa basically left me on my own. He came home sometimes. He'd gotten a reputation in Austin as being a drunk, so we moved to Dallas. It was okay for a while, but then he apparently cheated the wrong man in poker." "Oh, Toby. I'm so sorry." How terrifying the upheaval must have been to a small boy. "They came to the door one night and dragged him out of bed," he continued as though she'd never even spoken. "I was hidin' in the closet of our shack, but I don't think they'd have cared even if they knew I was there. They beat the life right out of Pa. No wonder the poor child hated fighting." "Toby," Louisa said as she placed her hand on his. "Thank you for telling me. How did you come to live with the Suttons?" The way each of the children had arrived was still a mystery to her, but each one had clearly found themselves in a far better situation. "I basically became a street kid, and Pastor Jim found me trying to steal some bread from a bakery while he was in town for something. He asked me if I had anyone around who could take care of me, and I said no. He brought me here, and Isaac took me in immediately. That was probably 2.5 years ago, and I've been here ever since." Before she could respond, Benjamin and Austin's laughter rose from the living room, as did Sophia's squeal. "No, no frogs." Sophia stood on the couch hopping from foot to foot as Austin chased the amphibian around the living room. How had it gotten inside? Louisa had ideas, but no facts yet. At the same time, the kitchen door opened and Isaac came through with Abe, Jacob, and Micah. Abe burst into laughter at the sight. "I guess I'd better go rescue Sophia before she falls off the couch." "Jacob, you cooking dinner tonight?" "Think so. Jacob replied as he began to wash up. Miss Miller, y'all have a less eventful day than some of the others? Eyeing the yellowed bruising under her eyes, the cowboy raised a brow. How's your ankle feeling? He'd wrapped it for her a few times now, and finally giving it a chance to rest had done wonders for the pain. Much better, thank you. As Micah followed Abe into the living room, Louisa turned to Isaac, sucking in a quick breath when she realized how close he was standing there in the dining room. I wanted to ask if someone might take me into town tomorrow. Isaac's brow furrowed. I can. You're not leaving us, are ya? Toby tensed beside her, and Louisa couldn't help but feel for the men and children who'd all clearly been abandoned a time or two. No, I'd like to send a letter to my family so they know I've arrived safely. Plus, there are a few things I need, and I'd like to set up a line of credit at the general store. She tweaked Toby's nose from his spot beside her. I've become quite fond of these little hooligans, so they'll have to work harder than that to shake me. Toby's shoulders relaxed beside her, and one look at Isaac told her he'd not miss the response. I can take you in. I've got some errands at the livery and the smithy anyway. Don't worry about paying for anything you need. We'll cover it. She'd been paid for her first week, and Isaac told her he'd pay her every Friday for the week completed. Isaac stuck a hand in his pocket and nodded. How could he somehow look even bigger, more broad, and somehow more handsome since she'd first arrived? They'd only had a handful of conversations, and about all of them had revolved around one child or another. She'd told him all about Cecily's affinity for reading and the twins' hatred of math. Sophia showed great promise with her letters, as did Reuben, and now she'd be able to share Toby's art talent with the man as well. Still, she'd be lying if she said he didn't make her a little off-kilter. When Isaac Sutton looked at you, it was as though he stared into your soul. Like he knew all the secrets you'd prefer stayed buried. He saw people, that much was clear from the way he interacted with the children, but it made her feel exposed. Could he see the effect he had on her simply from being in the same room? Willing her heart to slow as his dark brown, nearly black, eyes studied her face, Louisa smiled. Wonderful. What time should I be ready? The rolling hills of East Texas were a sight to behold for anyone, but especially a young woman who'd not had the chance to take them in. As they rode in the wagon towards town, Louisa's eyes seemed to dance with the excitement of the wildflowers and sky Isaac had always loved. He'd watch it, learning to talk with the Lord as he worked cattle on the range as Pastor Jim had suggested multiple times, grateful for the opportunity to feel small when so much seemed to fall on his shoulders. Oh, look at the baby deer. Louisa squealed, reminding him a little of Sophia when she saw particularly cute wildlife on their way into town for church or town gatherings. Not that they went in many town gatherings, but they had once upon a time. It's so cute with its little spots. Isaac chuckled. They don't have deer where you came from? Of course, they did, Louisa giggled. We were a pretty tight-knit little community outside of Boston. The streets were quite busy even though most folks were simply on their way in or out of the city. Deer and other wildlife mostly stuck to the edges of town, but my family lives smack dab in the middle of it. She spoke fondly of her family and her hometown, further piquing Isaac's curiosity. He slowed the team a little, partially so Louisa could watch the deer longer and partially because he was simply in no hurry to finish this particular errand. What do your parents do? They own the general store in town, she said with a happy sigh. Leaning back against the seat, Louisa continued to watch the deer while she answered his question. They inherited it from my mama's parents, though it's mostly Pa who runs it ever since they started having children. Our house is right beside it, right on Main Street. What was that like, being right in the middle of everything? Isaac couldn't imagine, but did Louisa miss it? Would she grow weary of the sparse opportunities to go into Cloverdale? It was fun in some ways. There was always someone to play with, though as my brothers and sisters were born we were never exactly hurting for a playmate. She turned back to face him with a wink, and Isaac found himself wanting to know everything he could about the pretty teacher. Despite her young age and obvious youthful energy, she had a piece about her he rarely saw even in folks 20 years her senior. Folks were also always in your business. They'd knock on the door sometimes after the store closed, and we just sat down to dinner, needing to buy something. Well, at least she was familiar with interruptions. Usually on the ranch, they had to do with a loose goat or a calving gone sideways, but they certainly happened. Did your parents let them? Every time, she replied. I can't blame them. A sale is a sale, and with 8 children, we needed every dime we could get. The Lord always provided, even when things were tight, but often He did so through our hard work. When we were young, Pa would always harp on us about hard work, but we never saw any of it in his own life. Truett Sutton had hopped around from job to job until no one else in town would hire him. He said he wanted to homestead, ranch, work for himself, but he never had the drive to actually make anything of it. It had resulted in an ornery old man who took his frustrations out on his boys or whoever else happened to be in his path. I'm glad your parents showed you rather than told you. You and your brothers don't seem to be wanting for work ethic, Louisa said. I don't know if I've ever seen a harder working group of men. And taking in so many children on top of the ranch work? I'm not sure how you managed before. Truth was, Cecily had done far more than her fair share of childcare and helping around the house. They'd tried to do as much of the cleaning and house chores as they could, but there was no way they could keep the ranch thriving while sparing a man every day to watch the children. She'd never complained, but Isaac would always feel guilty about the way his oldest daughter had been forced to grow up so fast. Not sure we would have without Cecily. I'm afraid we've relied on her too much in the past few years. The quiet young woman, so much like her mother in both looks and temperament, would make a fine wife and mother one day if the Lord willed it, but He hated for her to take more on her plate than necessary at such a young age. Louisa nodded thoughtfully as the sun peeked out from behind fluffy clouds in the sky and a flock of birds flew overhead. She's really enjoying reading to Reuben and Sophia while I work with the others on math. Honestly, I understand Cecily as the oldest child of 8 children. She wants to help, Louisa said softly. It gives her purpose. In fact, I've done my best not to step on her toes and try to elbow my way into roles she's held for years. I think we're finding our rhythm, but it's taking a little practice. Could she be right? The guilt Isaac had felt over Cecily's role in their home had been his constant companion for longer than he cared to remember, but maybe it hadn't been all bad. You really think she enjoys it? Not speaking immediately, Louisa seemed to ponder over the question. I think you're wise to bring her some help, and not simply because that help is me. She chuckled before continuing. Yes, I think she's a happy and fulfilled girl, one who enjoys nurturing those in her life. My mother's always told me God gives a special measure of grace to eldest daughters, as He knows they'll need it. They continued to speak over the next 10 minutes or so, mostly keeping to topics of the children and things Louisa had noticed they enjoyed or showed particular talent in. Toby's talent for art had been a surprise to Isaac, though he'd known both William and Liza enjoyed music. The last mile into town, Louisa quieted and leaned back against the wagon seat, her eyes closed and face upturned in the early fall sun. It would be a while before things actually cooled off, but at least the air didn't feel quite as thick as it had through the heat of summer. He almost hated to disturb her, as peaceful as she looked, but the town was now on the horizon. Did you want to go to the post office or the general store first? I need to stop by the livery and ask Hal about a shipment I've got coming in, but I'd be happy to meet you wherever you like. Should he ask if she'd like to have lunch in town? There was a little restaurant owned by a couple of sisters who'd operated it for as long as he could remember. It was typical fare, but might she appreciate it over the sandwiches Cecily had packed in the basket? They'd not go to waste, as he was certain his brothers would eat them before the girl ever got wind of their lunch in town. But then, would it feel too intimate? Too much like an act of courtship? He was so out of his depth, so devoid of practice in such areas. One might laugh if they only saw his circumstances from the outside, a man with 3 children rendered so out of sorts by a young woman. Then again, the children needed their teacher more than he needed to explore whatever feeling wouldn't leave his gut whenever she came near. I'll deliver my letter first, Louisa replied brightly. Her voice and happy demeanor a little like the sun on her face lighting up any shadows surrounding them. It had been a while since he'd felt such warmth around a person, years since the peace in one's own heart seemed to share itself with him. All this, and he'd barely known the woman a week? How much would she turn his life upside down over the next months? A year even? It was a good thing his team knew where they were going, as he spent more time stealing glances at Louisa than he did watching the road. The way the sunshine brought out the lighter strands in her hair, the way her cheeks pinked prettily under the warm sun. The way her head would tip back and her whole body seemed to relax in his presence, as though she had no care in the world while he was there. She was mostly right. He'd certainly not let anyone or anything hurt her despite the two unfortunate injuries she carried at the moment. If Isaac had anything to say about, nothing else in Texas would harm another hair on this woman's head, though conviction pricked his heart regarding the practicality of that statement. "All right," he said as he cleared his throat and whipped his head back to face the road and the town rising up in the distance. Why did it sound like he was trying to speak after getting the wind knocked out of him? The post office and general store are across the street from one another. I'll drop you off and come find you when I'm done. Chapter 7. Did you see her? The whisper sounded from the next aisle over in the general store, low, but the quality suggested the speaker couldn't hear as well as she once had. Louisa ambled through the aisles of the general store, already armed with the fabric and thread she planned to use to make herself a couple of new dresses. "I sure did," another woman replied as Louisa's mind flitted from thoughts of her newest sewing project to the shrill voice of the second speaker. "Why, she barely looks older than the oldest daughter of his." Louisa's ears perked up at that, her hand finding its way to her mouth to stifle any laughter which might escape and stop the ladies from their musings. "Oh, I don't know about that," the first woman whispered far too loudly to actually be considered secretive. "I thought she looked to be at least 20 when I saw her leave the post office. I wonder who in the world she could be writing to. Do we think she's a relative, or has Isaac gone and sent for a mail-order bride?" Barely holding back a snort of laughter at the particular line of thinking, Louisa rounded the corner to the next aisle. "I heard she's here as a teacher for the children on the ranch," Louisa said conspiratorially. "Someone said she's from a little town outside Boston, and she answered a summons to come and work for the Suttons." She raised a brow, similar to how her mother always did in their mercantile when she gently but pointedly put gossipy ladies in their place. It was an art, one Louisa had always admired, and she found herself penning another letter to her mother in her head to tell her all about it. Her bruising had almost completely faded, though her ankle still resulted in a limp. The women stared at her, wide-eyed, as she grinned at them there in the dry goods section. One of them boasted a number of curves and dressed herself smartly in a dark blue dress and tight bun, which looked like it might give one a headache. The other, of similar advanced age, wore a simple green frock with light pink and yellow flowers stitched into the fabric. It was quite pretty, if Louisa did say so herself. Miss," the first woman sputtered and turned bright red, so much so Louisa felt she must put her out of her misery before they needed to take a trip to the infirmary. "Miss Louisa Miller," she replied with a slight curtsy on her good leg. "To answer any further questions you may have. I'm 20 years old, I'm limping because I sprained my ankle, and I quite enjoy the Sutton ranch and all the children who've come to call it home." With as much gossip as they came across in her hometown, she decided long ago the best bucket of water on such fires was simply the truth. It was almost always far less interesting. Finally, the woman in blue seemed to collect herself. "Hello, Miss Miller. I'm Lorna Parsons, and this is Victoria Lowell. We're pleased to make your acquaintance. You said you're 20. Is this your first class then?" The bell above the door jingled, and another woman came inside. This one, the same age as the other two, but the lines adorning her face seemed to be ones of laughter and joy rather than pursed lips and rushed judgments. "Good morning, ladies. You must be Louisa. I just saw Isaac, and he told me you'd come in here. My name's Florence Day, and my husband, Hal, is the livery owner in town." Florence winked at Louisa, a mischievous twinkle in her eyes. "I see you've met Lorna and Victoria already. I'm sure they're making you feel quite welcome." Lorna's mouth dropped open a fraction before snapping shut. Beside her, Victoria spoke up. "We were simply curious as to her arrival here, as well as her readiness to take on such a spirited group of children." She lowered her voice, leaning conspiratorially towards Louisa as though Florence wasn't standing right there. "I was the teacher back when their time at the school came to such an unfortunate end. It was quite regrettable, but certain actions must be taken to ensure the education and safety of the other children." "Safety? What in the world was she talking about? Spirited indeed, ma'am, but also bright, fun, and eager to learn in the right environment. Whatever the story was, she'd not get it from the woman before her. She'd speak with Isaac himself, lest rumors and ugliness shade her relationship with the children. With the right teacher, of course. Florence covered her mouth to hide her laughter, but she was only moderately successful. The bell above the door jingled again as Victoria's eyes blazed with what was surely shock and anger, and Isaac's deep voice settled over the room like a warm blanket. "Howdy, Tom," he said to the man who'd introduced himself from behind the desk when she'd arrived. His boots sounded on the wooden floor, echoing through the room. "Has Louisa been in yet?" Tom must have gestured back down the aisles, because suddenly Isaac's broad frame appeared, his Stetson in hand, and a swipe of dirt across his cheek only served to make him more handsome. Goodness, it wasn't something she ought to be thinking about her boss, but there was really no denying it. "Ladies," he said as he moved slowly towards them. His eyes took in the scene before him, and Louisa could almost feel the tension set in his jaw and shoulders as he spotted her companions, particularly Victoria. "Good morning." Gaze swinging to her, Isaac searched her face as though looking for any hint she might have one foot out the door. "Louisa, did you get everything you need?" It was only at that moment Louisa remembered the fabric and supplies she still had in her arms and basket. "Oh, I got distracted. Give me 5 more minutes, and I'll be ready to check out." She'd started her mental tally to see how much she could afford that morning when Isaac nodded and turned back to Tom. "Tom, put anything she needs on our tab. I'll settle up next week." With no further speech, Isaac swept out the door and onto the front porch of the general store, his broad frame and clear discomfort visible through the window. He jammed his hat back on his head and looked to the ground, shifting back and forth from one foot to the other. "Well, it was a pleasure meeting you," Louisa said honestly only to Florence. "I guess I'll see you Sunday." The wood grain of the porch outside the general store had never interested Isaac as much as it did in the moment. Louisa hadn't come outside yet, still making her final purchases, but a brick settled in his stomach at the thought of all the horrible things Victoria had said about the children. Or had she? How much had she already told Louisa before he'd come inside? Flashbacks of poor Martha experiencing the judgment and shame she had at the hands of such women brought both anger and desperation to his heart. The situation with Martha had been different, and though he'd always done his best to shield her from the vitriol and protect her and the children as best he could, it was as though a white-hot fire poker had been jammed into his gut the moment he imagined Louisa walking through the same fires Martha had. If those women dulled her spirit, or worse, changed her view of the children, he'd have a hard time holding his angry words back. From across the street on the front porch of the jailhouse, Sheriff Titus Ray tipped his hat towards Isaac with as much judgment in his eyes as Lorna and Victoria's had held. Titus had never had much use for the Sutton boys, having had more than a few run-ins with their father over the years and branding them as following in his footsteps no matter how many years lay in between. Sheriff Ray took a long drag from his cigar, the cigars his wife, Daisy, had forbidden him from smoking inside the house decades ago, and stared Isaac down unapologetically. It didn't help that Isaac and his brothers had gotten into minor scrapes as boys, but his own mind was as made up as the women inside the general store, at least the women other than Florence. Seeing Florence at the livery and sending her down to introduce herself to Louisa, he'd almost tricked himself into thinking this could actually work. Would she leave them now after learning about the trouble the children had gotten into? He towed the wood at his feet, shifting his weight from one foot to the other in an attempt to distract himself from the potential disaster. The door behind him opened, and he felt a soft touch on his arm. "I've got everything ready to go." "I know we discussed eating in town," Louisa said softly. "Why don't we get a little bit down the road and picnic with the things Cecily packed? I'd hate for it to go to waste." It was for his benefit, and he knew it. "You're sure?" Allowing himself to look up and into her eyes, Isaac searched to find any reluctance there, but he found none. "I know the stories Victoria could tell are plentiful." Was she really going to allow him to explain before she demanded passage back to Boston? Louisa shrugged, one hand still on his arm while the other held her packages. "I'm sure they would be, but I'd rather hear it from you." She chuckled, shaking her head as she did so. I learned a long time ago that taking anything women like that say to heart is a fool's errand at best. They spin tales and exaggerate things as though it makes them their living, and I'd just as soon take their word as fiction. The Bible warns against it as well. Could the Lord really have sent this woman, the one who wouldn't let the real and exaggerated mistakes his children had made send her running? Then again, he'd been doing far more worrying about Louisa leaving than he had praying for the Lord's provision. Maybe, if he'd done more talking to the Almighty in the first place, his sleep wouldn't have been so fitful over the past week. I reckon it does, he replied as he reached for her packages. She dropped the hand on his arm, and as much as he tried not to, he regretted the loss of it. Let me take those for you and put them in the wagon. We can get going then unless you've got another errand you'd like to make. Can't think of anything, Louisa said as brightly as she'd spoken from the day he met her. Somehow, despite even having been exhausted, robbed, and in pain, she'd managed to bring with her the very sun itself, bright and warm, to a house that had been hanging by a thread for so long. Let's hit the road. The little clearing where they stopped outside of town had wildflowers blooming still, the late summer ones he so easily ignored on his normal passes through until Sophia pointed them out with childlike glee. As it was, Louisa walked slowly amidst them, taking deep breaths through smiling lips. It's so beautiful out here. It's like a fairy tale. The rolling Texas hills, the woods in the distance, the flat prairie to the west. Even Isaac could admit it had the power to enchant a body if they paid attention to it. He spread out a blanket Cecily had sent with them among the tall grass as Louisa began to unpack the sandwiches and apples. They ate for a moment. Louisa seemed content to study their surroundings in comfortable quiet, but Isaac knew he wouldn't know a moment's rest until he told her the truth of whatever Victoria had spoken. So, I assume Victoria told you the children were kicked out of the school in town. Louisa swallowed the bite of sandwich she'd taken and wiped her mouth, clearly unhurried by the abrupt conversation. She alluded to it, yes. What happened? Where to begin? Miss Lowell is a strict teacher. She has been for as long as I can remember, as she taught my brothers and me as children. Simply nodding, Louisa took a bite of her apple. She doesn't like any silliness at school, and she doesn't tolerate the least bit of disrespect. I can understand, particularly in a classroom full of children to educate, but my kids tend to act out when they feel cornered. Some of them do anyway. That's a natural response for children who've been through some of the situations they have, Louisa replied. I'm guessing Miss Lowell wasn't patient with them? Isaac held back a snort at the understatement. Not in the least bit. It started as pranks from the twins and the occasional argument or schoolyard shoving match, but it all came to a head due to an incident with Toby not long after he'd come to live with us. Once, after he'd been trying her all day, Miss Lowell made him stand in the closet to keep from distracting the other children. With a gasp, Louisa's face reddened. She made him stand in the closet? Yes, it might have been all right for some children, but Toby's father used to lock him in the closet for hours as punishments. He also hid in the closet when the men came to his house to collect his father's payment, the payment he couldn't give. Louisa's eyes watered, the sheen both breaking his heart all over and somehow affirming he was right to have been as upset as he was about the situation. Oh, Isaac. What did he do? Cecily said he was quiet in there for a minute or two, but then he started begging to get out. Miss Lowell wouldn't let him out, so Cecily went to do it. Miss Lowell blocked the door, but Cecily could hear Toby in there crying and growing increasingly more upset. Please tell me she punched that woman in the face, Louisa said without the least bit of hyperbole. I'm tempted to go back and do it myself right now. Was she this protective of any child in her charge, or had she grown to love the children in his care? Or at least the beginnings of love, whatever one could gain in the short time she'd been there. She didn't punch her, but she did shove her out of the way. As soon as she disbarred the door, Toby apparently opened the door so hard it sent the already off balance Miss Lowell toppling on the ground. She sent every single one of them home that day with the instruction to never come back. Neither Sophia nor Reuben were old enough to go to school yet, but we were informed no more Sutton children were allowed in the schoolhouse again. Louisa didn't speak for a moment, studying the patchwork of the quilt. The audacity of that woman to even call herself a teacher, she said as her shoulders began to shake. When she looked up, her face had grown even redder with what Isaac had to imagine was anger. It was the first time he'd really seen anger from her despite what the children had put her through. He didn't know all the details, but they'd not been easy on her in her first few days. It's infuriating. Children, all children, but especially ones with backgrounds such as theirs, are to be nurtured into a respectful relationship. Forced compliance doesn't work in those situations, and she should have known better. Tears overflowed her eyes and rolled down her cheeks in a steady stream. How could this woman who'd barely met his family feel such protective instincts towards them? As though his hands had a mind of their own, he reached up and wiped the tears from her cheeks, softly at first in case she jerked back at his touch. I'm not sure how we got so lucky to have you answer my letter, but I'll thank my lucky stars every day. Louisa shook her head, forcing him to drop his hand. The offending appendage felt cold, devoid of her touch. Luck had nothing to do with it. The Lord called me here, to this ranch and these children. Louisa let out a deep breath, her face returning to its natural state of joyful peace. For someone whose faith is strong enough to take in children who need it, you struggle with trusting he cares about the small things, don't you? The truth of her words hit him in the gut, as did the fact she'd pegged him so accurately despite his never having voiced those fears to anyone but Pastor Jim and Hal. Even his brothers didn't know about his inner struggle regarding the finer points of faith. I do. It's been my thorn in the flesh since I was a kid. I never understood why the Lord would allow men like my pa to have children and women like Ma to die young if he paid attention to our everyday comings and goings. He'd prayed for the right teacher, sure, but how much faith had he put into the thought the Lord might actually come through? I guess it's something I need to pray more about. Not to mention, after Martha died, he'd been too wrapped up in helping the children manage their grief to process it himself. Not to mention, the circumstances surrounding his marriage had been unconventional at best. It'll certainly take some of the tension out of your shoulders, Louisa said as she stood and stretched her back. Honestly, I'm not sure how you carry the weight of the world like you do. Seems like it would get heavy. She paused, staring in the distance for a moment before she turned her attention back to where he sat on the ground. I'll never be someone who tells you God planned for you to grow up with a father who hit you, but he did use your upbringing to provide refuge to 5 children in addition to your own. That has to feel miraculous in and of itself. He'd never really thought about it like that, and her words were even truer than she knew. Isaac stood, holding himself back from closing the distance between them and likely sending her running for the hills. No woman had ever affected him this way, which reminded him at some point he'd need to speak with her regarding his relationship with Martha. Now wasn't the time, and she'd already begun packing the picnic items in the basket they'd brought with them. I'm starting to see the Lord may have his hand in more than I realized. I can guarantee you he does. With that, she gathered everything but the blanket and placed them in the basket. Would you mind getting the blanket? I promised Sophia I'd bring her back some wildflowers. Chapter 8. Oh, Louisa exclaimed as she caught sight of the adorable little whitewashed church house on Sunday morning. This is the cutest thing. How in the world does everyone fit inside? The churchyard already held what had to be 30 or 40 people, and the Sutton crew brought another 13 along with them. It was the first time she'd gotten the chance to attend church since moving to Texas, though the home church gathering they'd had last Sunday had been nice. Still, despite her experience at the general store with Victoria and Lorna, there had to be other women in town who weren't quite so hateful and judgmental. After all, Florence had seemed lovely. Surely, there were others like her. As though her very thoughts conjured the kind liveryman's wife, Florence waved from across the churchyard. She looked beautiful and elegant in her dark blue dress, contrasting with her silver hair beautifully. Her smile made the marks of aging in her face more pronounced, but they only served to make her more beautiful in Louisa's opinion. Other women might not feel the same, but her mother had always made the aging of her body and face out to be a gift. She'd lost her own mother young, and she said every wrinkle and gray hair was simply a souvenir from the joy she'd experienced in her life. Her softening middle had been a constant reminder of the babies it had carried and nurtured, and it didn't hurt that Pa still looked at Mama as though she was the most beautiful woman he'd ever laid eyes on. "Louisa," Florence said as she dragged a man behind her by the hand. This must be hell. I'm so glad you made it into town this morning. From the way Hal placed his free hand around his wife's shoulders and grinned down at her like a man in love, Louisa couldn't help but guess they had quite a similar relationship to her parents. Louisa helped Sophia and Reuben jump down from the wagon, and William followed. Cecily took the two youngest children's hands and led them over to where the rest of the children had gathered to play a game. I wouldn't have missed it. It's a pleasure to meet you, Hal. Louisa watched the children gather in their own little circle, separated from the 10 or so other children from different households who'd gathered near the steps. They're kind of an island all to themselves, aren't they? Isaac had gone to park the wagon, but Abe came to stand beside the two women and the livery owner. They are. We've tried to convince them to make some friends outside our own house, but the longer they go without attending the town school, it feels harder and harder. Louisa looked at the timepiece she kept in her pocket out of habit on school days. They still had about a half hour before the services began. Could she possibly come up with something to encourage the children to play together? Before she had the opportunity to do so, Louisa spotted Victoria, Lorna, and a few other women with similarly pinched faces and sour expressions standing near the Sutton children. Louisa couldn't hear what they were saying, but Cecily kept glancing over her shoulder as her shoulders drooped and Louisa caught her sniff. Oh, this simply wouldn't do. Those women could talk amongst themselves about her as much as they wanted. Mama had always said the gossipy things others spewed about her was none of her business, but the children? Absolutely not. Unable to hold herself back a moment longer, Louisa marched across the churchyard to where the children stood in a circle and tossed a ball back and forth. It's simply improper, Victoria said with a shrug of her shoulders. She spoke just as loudly as she had in the general store on Friday, still feigning a whisper. Or perhaps she couldn't hear well enough to temper herself. Louisa slowed. Was it her they were discussing rather than Cecily? If so, they could talk all they wanted as far as she was concerned. She listened for another moment and realized her first instinct had been correct, unfortunately. Those men don't have any idea how to raise a young woman of character, and now they've brought in a teacher who's willing to live at the ranch with 4 unmarried men. It's simply obscene. The other women nodded, and another spoke up. It's not just the girl's hair, she said as she pointed to Cecily's free-flowing blonde hair. Look at their stockings, the dresses, and trousers too. Every one of them needs to be hemmed or patched, but clearly dressing one's best for the house of the Lord doesn't concern them. Louisa Miller wasn't someone who regularly flew into rages. She typically had quite a long fuse, one her father likened to that of a saint. However, when provoked strongly enough, her temper had a tendency to get the better of her. As Isaac confessed his struggle with believing the Lord concerned himself with their day-to-day lives, Louisa occasionally struggled with self-control when someone she loved had been hurt. Now, as Cecily sniffed once more from her spot with her back to the women, Louisa saw red. "Children," she called with as much brightness as she could muster. "Would you mind taking your game over there? I smell something simply awful over here, perhaps a skunk, and I would hate for any of you to take on the scent." The women sniffed the air as the children scattered and regrouped under a large tree in the distance. Louisa's hands shook, her belly gurgling with pure rage. "Ladies," she said through gritted teeth, "you may feel comfortable spewing hateful speech and innuendos amongst yourselves, but I'll thank you not to do so where an impressionable young lady can hear. I'm trying to teach her, as are her father and uncles, that women of God rid themselves from such talk. For your information, Cecily's hair isn't done because she was too busy helping the other children get ready this morning. Liza asked her to redo her braids 3 times because they didn't sit right, and that girl served her sister with far more a servant heart than I'd wager any of you would have." Lorna opened her mouth to reply, but Louisa wasn't done. "Further, this is the 2nd time now you've spoken out of turn regarding my lodgings on the ranch, and I'll remind you that you, Victoria, are the one who kicked the children out of school in the first place. Are they supposed to simply forego the rest of their schooling because a second-rate teacher with archaic methods of discipline couldn't control her classroom?" All 4 women standing there had grown so red in the face, Louisa absently wondered if the doctor might need to be called in. Her voice had raised at this point, enough so those nearby could hear at least. "And furthermore, unless you're volunteering to mend and patch the children's clothing, I suggest you focus more on the planks in your own eyes." With disgust, Louisa whipped around to see all 4 Sutton brothers, Hal and Florence from the livery, and a handful of others from town standing a few feet behind her. They'd clearly all seen the exchange and watched with wide eyes. Something deep within her stirred, maybe embarrassment, but she couldn't even bring herself to let it come to the surface. Those women deserved it, and she'd do it again in a heartbeat. "That woman is a firecracker," Abe said as he jabbed Isaac in the ribs while standing in the churchyard. "If you don't marry her, I will. We need that kind of fire in our family." Florence shook her head, swatting Abe on the shoulder as Isaac watched Louisa stomp over to the shade of a willow tree on the edge of the yard. "Abraham Sutton, you hush your mouth. She just got here. No one should be talking marriage." Then, her scolding tone changed to a more conspiratorial one. "Though, if one of you has to, I reckon Isaac would be a better choice." Hal snorted behind them, but Isaac didn't speak. Instead, his feet started moving as though of their own accord towards the little shady outcropping where Louisa paced back and forth, her hands gesturing wildly as she clearly continued her diatribe from earlier. No one was close enough to hear her, though plenty of the church folks stared with mouths agape as she preached what he had no doubt was quite a sermon. "It's just ridiculous," she said with her back to him. "How could a person, an educator at that, treat those children as anything less than the blessed gifts from God they are? They've overcome so much, and the Sutton men have shown them the type of kindness the church ought to be showing all children in their positions." Isaac stood back for a moment, soaking in her passionate defense of his family, lips spreading into a smile despite the seriousness of the situation. "Thank you," he said finally as she whipped around to face him with a pretty pink blush to her cheeks and eyes flashing fire. "I don't think anyone's ever defended them like that." Her stiff posture deflating, Louisa's hands fell to her sides as she approached him. "I can't believe you've been dealing with the likes of Victoria and Lorna all these years. The way they spoke about the children, it's absolutely unconscionable." "Quite the word choice, ma'am," he teased as he removed his Stetson. "You forget. I'm just a humble cowboy." "You're not just anything, Isaac Sutton," she replied with her eyes flashing once more. She was close enough to touch now, and he might have been tempted to kiss her had they not been standing in the churchyard with who knew how many folks watching. "You're a brilliant businessman who pulled yourself out of difficult circumstances to extend a chance to your brothers and children who weren't your own. It would have been enough had you just been a good father to provide for those who bear your name, but you didn't just stop there." If only she knew the half of it. Despite the fact the whole church was probably looking on behind his back, Isaac lifted his hand to push a swath of auburn hair back from where it had fallen into her face. "I only did what the Lord called me to do." That much he knew beyond any doubt. It may have been tough for him to believe God cared deeply with his everyday happenings, but he knew beyond any doubt the Almighty had led his family to take the form it had. Plenty of others would have done it. They didn't, did they? The way Louisa looked up at him, as though he was some sort of hero, it made him both feel like he could carry the weight of the world and want to hide all the ugliest parts of him. "It's you and your brothers who took those children in and gave them a home. It's you who bear the weight of the town's judgment of the specks in your eyes while they ignore the planks in their own." It echoed what she'd said to the group of women, but this time she didn't speak with anger. She spoke with earnestness, as though convincing him of the truth of her words was the most important thing in the world. Before he could respond, the church bell hanging in the steeple rang, shattering whatever trance he'd been under as he looked into her dark brown eyes. "We'd better get inside," he said through a scratchy throat. His heart felt like it might beat out of his chest. He'd not even known this woman for 2 weeks, for goodness sake, and yet Abe's comment about marrying her had set his blood on fire. He'd been joking, of course, but his fists were clenched and ready to swing at the idea of any man sweeping the beautiful auburn-haired teacher with such love for children she barely knew off her feet. "Guess we'd better," she said as she took a step back and the corner of her mouth quirked up. "Don't forget what I said, and don't let those women make you think you're less than you are. You're a good man, Isaac Sutton, regardless of whatever boyish antics you or any of your boys have gotten into." With those parting words, she stepped around him and sauntered towards the church house like she hadn't tilted his whole world on its side. His whole life, he'd been told he was worthless. First by his father, then by Victoria Lowell, who'd been his teacher as well. He'd been a slow reader, not to mention underfed with spotty attendance once his mother passed. All the boys had been, but he'd been the one to quit schooling early to work as a ranch hand and errand boy at the livery when he was barely 13. It was all he could do if he and his brothers were going to have a square meal every day, yet Miss Lowell acted like he'd simply quit school out of spite. Abe, Jacob, and Micah all stood closer behind him than he'd realized when he finally allowed his attention to drift from Louisa's retreating figure. All three wore wide grins, the kind that told Isaac exactly what they'd been whispering about back there. "I think a fall wedding would be lovely," Abe said as Jacob and Micah roared with laughter. Isaac rolled his eyes and moved past his brothers to follow Louisa and the children into the building. "Or maybe Christmas," he continued as though Isaac hadn't intentionally not responded. "The children do love Christmas." Chapter 9. Louisa barely saw Isaac over the next week. He always showed up at dinner time, and he came early the nights he'd been assigned to cook. It was like he was avoiding her. Even now, as she and Cecily stood over a pot of boiling chicken broth filled with meat and vegetables, Louisa couldn't help but wonder what she'd done wrong. Reuben sat at the kitchen table coloring a picture Toby had drawn for him, content as could be despite the fact he still hadn't spoken a word since he'd arrived a little over a year before. At 4, he played and loved with the veracity of a 4-year-old, but it pained Louisa's heart he still hadn't found his voice. Still, he managed to communicate with the family in a way entirely his own. Cecily often knew what he needed before he even pointed at something. Would she get to that point with Reuben? Would he speak for her? He often crawled up in her lap during story time, but would she even be here long enough to pull him from his shell? With the way Isaac had been avoiding her since the day in the churchyard, doubts swirled in her head about whether he'd keep her around. She had to talk to him and find out where they stood lest she drive herself mad wondering. "You looking for Pa?" Cecily's soft voice pulled Louisa from her insecurities, and she realized she'd been caught glancing out the window for what had to be the 50th time in the last 10 minutes. "I think he said he would be in the south pasture today, but he should be back for dinner." A low voice, the one not belonging to Isaac, sounded behind them. "He is," Abe said as he rounded the kitchen table and took a big whiff of the stew. "He'll be back in a bit." "That smells mighty good, ladies." "Louisa, Isaac told me to tell you to get off your ankle and for me to finish up dinner for us. Cecily, you're free for the rest of the night." He smiled softly at his niece as her eyes widened with excitement. "Go do whatever it is girls your age are supposed to do when they don't have so many responsibilities." Abe winked, and Cecily scampered off like a schoolgirl rather than the near woman she typically carried herself as. Reuben followed, though he resettled himself in the living room with the twins and the wooden train set they'd pulled out of the toy box. "I sure am glad you're here. That one's worried me a little, as much responsibility as she's taken on. I know she enjoys it somewhat, but..." "It's quite a lot for such a young girl," Louisa agreed as she sat in a chair at the oak dining room table and propped her injured foot up as instructed. It barely ever bothered her anymore, but occasionally would protest if she was on her feet most of the day like she'd been today. "She seems to handle it so well." Her gaze moved as of its own accord to the window once more. There were cowboys out in the yard, but not the one who'd occupied her thoughts since the weekend in the churchyard. The way he'd looked at her, the way he'd seemed to see past it all and into her soul from the day they'd met, it made her stomach flutter in a way it never had before. Abe continued stirring the soup. "Have you talked to Isaac about his first wife? Cecily, Liza, and William's mother?" He hesitated, nodding when she shook her head. "Thought so. Listen, he's not really used to having any feelings other than friendly towards a woman, so be patient with him." How could that be true? He has 3 children by her. Had she ever even heard the woman's name? Louisa didn't think so, but she'd not really sought it out either. Abe didn't speak for a moment, rubbing the back of his neck with his free hand. "It's not really my story to tell, but no, he's not trying to play some sort of catch and release game with you." She had no idea how to respond to that. Sure, he'd stared at her like there might be something more on Sunday, but no one else had seen the look in his eyes. His back had been to them. Talk to him. Abe glanced out the window, the familiar broad figure of the cowboy she'd sought finally moving into sight. "Oh, look, here comes your chance." Isaac placed the pitchfork back on the hook on the wall, wiping the last of the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. It had been a long day, a hot one, and his stomach growled in reminder he'd not come back for lunch. Coward, he was. He'd been avoiding Louisa since Sunday, and it was as though his whole being fought his mind in an effort to see her again. The calling towards their farmhouse, always welcoming due to the children's joy and laughter, had felt exponentially stronger in the past few days. What had happened in the churchyard to put the woman on his mind so often? Honestly, he knew the answer. She'd seen him, seen straight through his insecurity of being like his father to the man he hoped he'd one day be. She'd called him a good man, something so few would have, especially after he'd married Martha. God rest her soul, sweet Martha who'd been so devoid of choices in life. She should have been married to someone who adored her, someone who'd cherish her and provide for her. Instead, she'd been saddled with no choices after her parents had sent her out into the world with the first man who came calling, a man who'd not been worth the dirt on the bottom of his shoe. They'd not lived long enough to see the consequences of their choice, but Isaac had. Isaac closed the stall door behind Roscoe as the air around him seemed to change. The hair on his neck stood up, and he knew exactly who'd entered the barn. Turning, he spotted the most beautiful woman he'd ever seen, innocent and kind while also deeply protective of those she loved. "Louisa, do you need something?" Once again, his voice felt hoarse like a schoolboy recovering from a cold. If she noticed, she didn't comment. She stepped forward, her hands shaking though her voice was far steadier than his. "Abe made it seem like you and I need to talk. I'm not one for games, Isaac. I felt something with you on Sunday, and I'd like to know if it was one-sided." Felt something? He'd been a step away from taking her in his arms and kissing her, probably would have if there hadn't been a town full of folks standing in plain sight. It wasn't one-sided, but Abe's right. There are things you don't know about me, things which might change your mind. Her brow rose, but she gestured towards the back door of the barn down to one of the footpaths leading to the pasture. "Take a walk with me." Chapter 10. Isaac looked fit to come out of his skin, cheeks flushing under his stubble from not having shaved in a few days. Still, he nodded with a resolution which felt like she'd finally get a few answers. "After you, ma'am." They walked for a minute, moving clear of the house before he broke the silence. The backdrop of the setting sun over the rolling hills and pine forests in the distance, and accented by the cattle lowing in the distance. A soft breeze blew over the landscape, whispering of the fall season approaching. "Martha and I weren't a love match," Isaac began as he held his hands in his trouser pockets and stared straight ahead. She'd been married before, and the children were actually Brent's by blood. Well, that explained why they looked nothing like Isaac. So, it was a marriage of convenience then? Yes, and a short one at that. Martha's husband, Brent, had been even worse than my father, taking off for the California gold mines just after William was born. He grunted softly, shaking his head. Not that he'd really been involved before, from what Martha and Cecily have told me. William was 7, so it gave her a bit of context regarding the timing. What a horrible situation to have been in, left alone with 3 young children to raise. Louisa thought back to how Mama's emotions had been so up and down following the births of all her siblings. Papa had always been kind and gentle, making sure to take as much off her plate as possible. How awful. She must have been so scared. She had nothing, and there were no jobs in the town they'd moved to for women, at least none who'd hire her with a brand new baby and 2 older children in tow. She'd felt like she was out of options, and she honestly probably was. He shrugged, and Louisa felt her heart break for the poor woman who'd been through so much. Martha had grown up here, but her parents had long since passed. At first, she'd not had the money to come back to Cloverdale, so she had to do whatever she could to earn the funds. Louisa gasped at his insinuation. "Oh no, please tell me she didn't have to resort to what I'm thinking." She'd seen it before. Women in Boston who couldn't find work elsewhere needing to work as saloon girls or even being taken advantage of by brothel owners in the seedier parts of town. She'd not gone into those areas for her first year in school, but eventually she'd connected with a ministry who worked to help girls who'd recently left the life gain in education. In fact, her friend, Penelope, had gone to work for the ministry after they'd graduated. The progression of events was too familiar, as so many of those women had had children, resulting in an even bigger feeling of being stuck. It was a self-perpetuating cycle of darkness and pain. One Penelope often came back to the dormitories crying over after she'd kept it together all day in front of the women. Isaac took a long, shuddering breath, and she knew the answer before he even spoke. Yes, it's probably exactly what you're thinking. She fell ill shortly after, but at least now she had enough money to make it home, but only barely. Tears pricked her eyes at the hopelessness she'd probably felt. You said she'd grown up here. Did you know her? I did. Her father had been cut from the same cloth as mine, and they'd lived not far from us growing up. She was a year younger than me, but she lived so much hardship already that when she showed up on the ranch's doorstep, we didn't realize who she was. She wasn't but an inch or two shorter than you and probably didn't weigh 100 pounds. Once she said who she was, and she shared all she'd been through. I couldn't tell her no when she asked if I'd marry her and adopt her children so they wouldn't be alone when the illness finally took her. Louisa couldn't hold back anymore. She placed her hand on the quiet but deeply kind cowboy's arm, tears fully rolling down her cheeks now. So you've legally adopted them then? Regardless of what he might think of himself based on his father's misdeeds, Isaac Sutton was a good man, one the Lord had used despite his doubts and fears. Yes. The judge was gracious and allowed us to do it without Brent's signature since he'd abandoned the family. It probably should have taken longer than it did, but I guess the Lord knew exactly how quickly Martha would go downhill after that. She held on until she knew her babies were safe, Louisa whispered. She fought until she knew you'd take care of them. They'd stopped their forward motion, and Isaac finally turned his eyes to meet hers, his own baby blues glistening in the light of the setting sun from his own unshed tears. Isaac nodded, his gaze going to her hand on his arm before returning to meet her head-on. I can't keep telling this story with those tears rolling down your cheeks unless I'm holding you. The choice is yours, but I've never been able to watch a woman cry. Louisa nodded, and Isaac pulled her close to his chest. His heartbeat was strong and steady, albeit a little fast. Was he as affected by their close proximity as she was? Her experience with men was highly limited, but it didn't take an expert to recognize the look in a man's eyes when he caught feelings for a woman. Even if she hadn't seen it there, nestled tightly in his arms, it was clearer than it had ever been. It didn't take long for the rumors to spread in town regarding the circumstances Martha found herself in before she passed. Even Cecily, who'd started school after I married her mama, heard all kinds of ugly things she never should have heard. Some of the rumors were true, some false, but it didn't matter. Martha's reputation was forever trashed. Yours was too. How could people be so cruel? Honestly, it was like the Bible had nothing to say on grace, forgiveness, or loving those around you. His initial concern over what Lorna and Victoria said at the store in town made much more sense. He'd been afraid for her as much as anything. I stand by what I said, Isaac. You're a good man. I don't care what folks in town think of me or you. I'm far more concerned about what the Lord has to say about a man's character, and yours is as upstanding as they come. Louisa, he started as he pulled back enough to wipe a tear from her cheek, tears shed on his behalf, and that of his late wife's. I don't think you know what you're asking. Folks in town, they were cruel to Martha. At least, some of them were, even those from church. They figured out where she'd been and how she'd been making her living, and I'm afraid they'll put all that on you. She was already a step away from dying when she got here, but I firmly believe their treatment of her sent her further over the edge. His teeth clenched, jaw tight, even as his touch remained gentle in the waning evening light. The breeze continued wafting across her face, giving the barest of chill against her tears despite the warm day. Reaching up, Louisa clasped his hand against her cheek. Or maybe she simply held on until she knew you'd do whatever necessary for the children, and then she let go. I wasn't here. I don't know, but I do know fear of man has never gotten me anywhere. Even Proverbs states the folly of allowing such fear to affect your decisions. I've never done so before, and I don't plan to start now. Isaac hesitated for one more breath, the war in his mind as clear as though it was raging out in the pasture. You're sure? Because if I kiss you right now, I'm not sure I'll ever let you go, and there will be a few folks in town who will start nasty rumors which won't paint you in the best light when we pull into church holding hands. Lips spreading into a grin, Louisa couldn't help but feel a little woozy from the emotional ups and downs of the past few moments. "I have no plans to go anywhere, cowboy." And she meant it. She might not have been in Texas long, but the beauty had already stolen her heart. More so, being with the children felt as natural as anything ever had in her whole life. And Isaac, the quiet cowboy with a heart of gold and a past no one would envy, the one who'd created a better life for his brothers and extended a hand back to children who needed it. As Isaac lowered his lips to hers for her first kiss in her 20 years of life, the butterflies who'd turned to eagles in her stomach threatened to burst out as time stopped. One of his arms wrapped around her to rest at her back, the other still gently on her cheek. When he pulled back, Isaac brought his forehead down to hers as they both stood in the comfort of the other's presence for a moment. "I don't know where we go from here, Louisa. I feel like I should have something more impressive to say, but my head's all jumbled up." Louisa grinned wider, peace falling over her as she took his hand. "You don't have to say anything right now. There's no need to rush here." Studying her, Isaac smiled softly, the motion somehow softening his features and emanating a relaxation she rarely saw from him. "I've been trying to control everything for a long time, unconvinced God was all that concerned with my daily decisions, but I want to do this differently. Will you pray with me?" "Well, butter my biscuit," Abe said the next day as they rode out onto the range. Jacob followed close behind them, 3 plus a couple ranch hands ready to move cattle from one pasture to the other. Micah had left early that morning to check something out on the edge of the property he'd come across the day before. Isaac wasn't sure what it was, but he didn't have much time to dwell on it at the moment. It was only a couple of weeks until the fall cattle drive, and it looked like it was going to be one of their best years yet. "Is that a smile I see on his face, boys?" Jacob snickered, bringing Possum trot up to be even with Roscoe. "I reckon it is, brother. Now, I know cattle prices are up, but I think this might be more than that." "Boys," Isaac warned, though he was unable to put any real heat behind it. The memory of his kiss with Louisa last night had played in his mind over and over, and he was powerless to stop it even if he'd been of a mind to. "Leave it be." "Nope," Abe replied with a pop on the P. "She's finally got you smiling, and I reckon we'd like to keep her around for a while." "Have you given her flowers yet? Or asked to court her officially?" Jacob added unhelpfully. "Oh," Abe exclaimed. "Or asked to take her on a picnic as your first official date?" "Technically, they've already been on a picnic," Jacob chuckled. They were joshing him, so Isaac couldn't get too annoyed. Still, he'd never liked being the center of attention, leaving it to Abe as often as he could. "We haven't gotten that far yet, and it'll be none of either of your business until we decide it is." Abe let out a loud bark of laughter. "Not our business? You can't take a woman off on a sunset walk before dinner and expect us not to mention it. Besides, it's not like she's got a paw here for you to ask permission." He lowered his voice comically. "What are your intentions with Louisa, Mr. Sutton? I trust you'll treat her with respect." Rolling his eyes, Isaac was saved from his brother's antics by the sight of Micah riding towards them at a faster clip than normal. He waved their direction, and Isaac raised his Stetson to show he'd seen him. Micah slowed a little after that, though moving at a gait too quick to be casual. "Glad you 3 finally made it out this morning," Micah teased with a raised brow and tense shoulders as he reached them. "I've been out here since sunup." "It's not even 8 o'clock, Abe grumbled. "What did you find?" His brother's face sobered, and Isaac felt the tension rise in his body the way it always did when there might be a threat to their ranch or home. "I went out initially to investigate a potential camp setup just north of our property beyond the gully. I saw smoke 2 nights ago from the line shack and wanted to see if someone had started squatting." "Did they?" It wouldn't be the first time, but dealing with rustlers right now wasn't high on Isaac's list of priorities. "I'm still trying to figure that one out," Micah said with a shrug. Their camp was empty of people, but it was clear they're planning to come back. "It was what I found to the inside of our property line that I wanted to tell you about." Micah removed his hat and wiped his brow with his sleeve, evidence of the hard ride he'd already taken clear. "The old abandoned mine down there, the one normally overgrown with shrubs and vines, it's open. I'm not sure why it's been cleared now, but the opening's clear as day now." I wouldn't worry about it too much, but it's too close to the path the kids take on their walks for me to feel good about it. Jacob looked off in the direction of the mile, or so long path the children often walked after their lessons. Wonder why the opening's clear now? Didn't we have it boarded up at one point? We were going to, but the plants were so thick we didn't need to. The cows haven't been in that pasture for a while, so maybe something else got to it. Isaac tried to think of what might have done it, but he came up as short as Micah had. I'll ride out after the cattle drive and board it up, but for now we can let Louisa and Cecily know not to take that trail. They can use the south one. At the moment, he was more concerned about the potential rustler camp Micah had found. It was likely travelers, but they'd learned over the years to never take such things lightly. Now, Jacob and Abe can work with the hands to move the cattle. Micah, I need you to show me to this camp. Chapter 11. Miss Louisa, Benjamin said as he came downstairs a few days later. I don't feel so good. One look at the poor boy told her he wasn't exaggerating. His face was pale, with beads of sweat dotting his forehead. A palm to his forehead revealed enough fever to make one feel rotten, and the gurgling in his stomach was loud enough for her to hear. Oh dear, Louisa said as the rest of the boys slowly descended the stairs from their bunk room on the second floor. None of them looked like they felt particularly chipper. Reuben's red hair stuck up in all directions, and tear tracks stained his cheeks. William followed behind, his own face dotted with perspiration and a little green to boot, and Toby looked much the same. It was Austin at the top of the stairs who stopped short, holding his mouth before letting loose an altogether unpleasant sound and upchucking so violently Louisa knew they were in for an interesting week. Oh, okay. Everyone back up to your beds. I'm going to bring you all buckets or something in case you need them, but every single one of you needs to go back to bed this instant. Reuben sniffed, and Louisa's heart broke at the sight of the little boy who needed a mother's touch. As the rest of the boys moved slowly back up the stairs, stepping around Austin's mess she'd get cleaned up in a moment, Louisa hurried to pull the 4-year-old into a hug. You're going to be fine, sweetheart. I'm going to take good care of you and your brothers. Pressing a kiss to his forehead, Louisa wiped the sweat from his brow with her sleeve. Can you go back up to bed and let me bring you a cool cloth to put on your face? Reuben nodded, his eyes slightly less terrified, as he followed his brothers upstairs to their bedroom. By the time Louisa had gathered buckets from the barn, bowls from the kitchen, wet some cool cloths to lay on the boys' foreheads, and cleaned up the mess Austin had accidentally made at the top of the stairs, she realized it was nearly 7:30. Typically, the girls would have been up and going long before now, as Cecily and Liza usually had breakfast ready by the time Isaac and his brothers returned from their morning chores of milking, feeding, and checking the cattle. The girls' room was on the bottom floor, with a similar setup to the boys' room, though a bit cozier with the addition of curtains, rugs, and quilts made from floral fabrics. Dread pulled in Louisa's stomach at the fact they weren't awake yet, but it didn't quite settle into her whole being until she opened the door and found Cecily holding Sophia's hair back over the chamber pot as the little girl heaved into the receptacle. Cecily didn't look any better than Sophia, her normally bright eyes and perfect alabaster skin pale and lifeless, while her blonde hair looked sweaty. Oh, girls, it's hit you too. When did you start feeling poorly? Cecily took a deep breath and rubbed Sophia's back as the girl heaved again. I felt a little nauseated before dinner yesterday, but it passed, so I didn't think much of it. Then, a few hours after we went to bed last night, it came in full force. Liza's sleeping now, but she was up most of the night, and it hit Sophia about an hour ago. The poor girl looked exhausted, and Louisa hurried forward to grab a ribbon from their box and tie Sophia's hair back. She did the same to Cecily, though Liza was indeed fast asleep on her bed in the corner. Why didn't you come get me or your pa? We'd have been happy to help. Louisa slept in the cottage, but it was only a few steps from the door, certainly close enough to help in the event of illness or emergency. Cecily shrugged, as though the thought hadn't even occurred to her. Liza's always wanted me when she was sick, even before Mama died. For a while, Mama was either at work or too sick to take care of us, so it became my job. Her eyes went wide. Wait, you said us too. Are the boys sick as well? William? Reuben? Bless this sweet girl who took on the role of caretaker at far too young an age. They are. I've got them all buckets, and they're resting comfortably in their room. Now, I know you've been steering the ship for a while, but you need to rest too. I must insist you go lay down and let me share some of the burden for a while." She smoothed Cecily's hair back from where a few pieces had fallen from the hastily tied ribbon. "You don't have to carry it all by yourself anymore." Cecily's eyes misted, but she quickly swallowed down the emotion. Did Pa tell you about our mama? And about our birth father?" "He did," Louisa said softly. The vulnerability in the usually strong as steel girl pricked at her heart. "I know you've carried a heavy load for a long time. Your mama sounds like someone who loved you all very much." Even those words felt like too little for all the things Martha had done to keep her children provided for and safe. She'd genuinely sacrificed herself to do so, ultimately giving her health and life as well to put food in their bellies the only way she knew how. "Tell me what you need." "When we'd get sick, back before Brent left, that's our birth father, she'd sing me songs and play with my hair when I got sick." "I know I'm pretty gross right now, but say no more. Go get in the bed, and I'll get Sophia cleaned up. I'll be right over." As Sophia had finally emptied her stomach, Louisa helped her back to her bed, the girl drifting off to sleep after her head hit the pillow. The poor thing was exhausted, and she'd get a cool cloth the moment she woke up. Once she'd done that, Louisa moved to Cecily's bed and slowly pulled the ribbon from her hair. Spread across the pillow as it was, it made it easy for Louisa to work her fingers through the strands in the way her own mother had always done when she was ill. "Like this." Cecily nodded, her eyes closing and the tension in her shoulders starting to relax. Louisa lost track of how long they stayed that way, her humming alongside the gentle running of her fingers through the girl's hair. It was the first time Cecily had allowed herself to be taken care of since Louisa had arrived, and certainly the first time she'd allowed her to do so. Mama used to say she never met more closely with the Lord than when she rocked her babies in the middle of the night or snuggled them after a nightmare, or when taking care of them when they were sick or hurt or scared. She always said it calmed her heart to know they had a heavenly Father who loved them and cared for them even more perfectly and gently than an earthly mother could care for her young. Louisa had understood what she meant, especially when she'd taken on some of the load as more children came into the mix, but this moment felt like the most full-circle one she'd ever had. There, as she hummed, "What a Friend We Have in Jesus," a song she'd come to love at her church back in Massachusetts, it all made more sense than it ever had, and she felt more at home than she could have ever imagined. Isaac narrowed his eyes at the campsite just over the property line from their ranch, his hands on his hips as he took in the details around him. A faded white canvas tent held up by ropes lashed between two trees sat on the edge while a smoldering campfire had a kettle sitting on top of ash. The tent looked big enough for two people, but there was only one bedroll inside. "No guns around," Micah said as he stood from his squatted position outside the tent. Micah was the best tracker they had in their family by far, and he'd always had the eye of a lawman. He'd not wanted to go off and join the Rangers the way Zeke had, preferring instead to spend virtually all of his time outdoors and working with animals. There are horse tracks by the tree over there, and the inconsistencies in the bark look like one's been tied off recently. Abe and Jacob had stayed behind to help the hands with the cattle, but it had been Isaac's top priority to check out the campsite Micah found and determine whether they were friend or foe. His next order of business would be reboarding the mine shaft, but that would have to wait until after the cattle drive. The thought of leaving Louisa and the kids didn't sit well in his stomach at all, but what choice did he have? The cattle had to go to market before the auction, or they'd have to wait until spring. "Do you think we need to be worried?" Micah wasn't a lawman, but he easily could have been. His gut was right more often than not, and the rest of them trusted him with things like this as a result. His little brother shrugged, removing his Stetson from the thick mop of brown hair they all shared. "I can't say for sure, but it seems like it might be someone passing through. No rustler's gonna be workin' by himself, and he ain't on our land. No, he was over the hill from the Sutton ranch. We're leaving Brady and Red behind from the drive to keep things running around here, but I'd feel better if you stay behind too. That way, you can watch out for Louisa and the kids." It wasn't ideal, but they could manage with the rest of the hands along. Micah nodded, seemingly unbothered by the idea of staying behind. "I can do that. I'll move my stuff back into my bunk in Abe's room for the time they're gone. Preferring to keep to himself more often than not, Micah mostly lived in the line shack. It was a one-room cabin on the north side of the ranch, the only clear path threatening parties would have to try and steal or cause harm. The main house and bunkhouse lay to the south, while woods and the river somewhat sheltered them from the east and west. Appreciate it, more than you know. Micah was the only brother who didn't rib Isaac about Louisa, not that he particularly minded one way or the other. The children know we're headed out soon, but I need to give Louisa an idea of what to expect while we're gone. Leaving the children was always hard, and he counted every day until he got back. He and Louisa had only started praying about what the Lord had in store for them. Would she come to a conclusion while they were gone? Would it be in his favor? Isaac shook his head, doing his best to cast the thought aside. The Lord had it all well in hand, or so he'd been told. He was doing his best to believe it. He'd nearly forgotten his brother was there for a moment due to his internal stewing, but Micah's throat-clearing jarred him back to the present. Do you mind if I ask you a question about Louisa? Micah shifted the dirt at his feet with his boot, his hands in his pockets. Curious, Isaac took hold of his saddle horn and mounted Roscoe. Go ahead. Micah did the same with his own mount, a quarter horse named Finn, and didn't speak for a few seconds. Knowing his brother as he did, Isaac didn't try and rush him as he found the words. I know it's still real early with y'all, but you have feelings for her, right? I do. The two of them nudged their horses into a walk back onto the ranch's property, neither in a particular hurry despite it being nigh on lunchtime and they'd missed breakfast. Even after Mama and Martha both passin', you're not afraid of something happening to her? It's not an easy life out here. How long had Micah been stewing on the idea of falling in love only to have the love taken away from him? He'd been young, still 15 when Isaac had married Martha just before she'd passed away. He'd been wrapped up in his own life, and he certainly hadn't been one Isaac confided in regarding the details of his and Martha's marriage. Micah, Martha was sick when we married. We both knew she likely wouldn't last the summer, and it's something of a miracle she made it until the adoption was finalized. Micah's head whipped around towards Isaac. You? What? I remember thinking she was real thin when you married her, but I figured that was the way God made her. You mean you married her knowing she was about to pass? Why would you do that? His eyes widened as realization dawned. The kids. You did it for the kids. A wave of regret at never having told his brother the whole story washed over Isaac. He'd been so young, in his rebellious phase to boot, and he'd shown very little outward concern over the happenings of his brothers' lives. Between that and everything else Isaac had been juggling, he'd never taken the time to correct his brother's misconception. They didn't make a habit of discussing the circumstances around the marriage, mostly for the sake of the children not feeling like burdens. Cecily and Liza had memories of their birth father, Brent, none of them pleasant, but Isaac was the only father William had ever known. It was for the kids, indeed. I've not regretted it a day since, but I do wish I'd made sure you understood. I'm sorry for that. Micah went quiet, looking ahead out at the range. He was 22, 2 years older than Louisa, though at the moment he looked much younger. I need to check out the rest of the northern border, he declared abruptly. I'll come find you when I'm done. He still hadn't met Isaac's eye, but he knew better than to push. All right. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Do you want me to send a hand out with some food? His own stomach had already begun growling, though judging from the sun it was nearly lunchtime. They didn't often miss breakfast with the family, but it happened on occasion when morning chores took longer than they meant them to. I've got a biscuit in my saddlebag, Micah replied curtly. I'll be back later. With that, he nudged his palomino into a gallop and changed directions to head towards the northwest side of the property. Watching him go, the way his shoulders had tensed and his fists had gripped the reins, it was clear he'd hurt Micah deeply. Or maybe there was more going on. Either way, Isaac would have to deal with it another time. Or, as a small stirring in his heart seemed to indicate, he could bring it to the Lord in prayer at that very moment. Could he really? If everything Hal had always said was true, everything Louisa had confirmed, the Almighty really did care about the daily lives of those who loved him. Lord, he prayed as he removed his Stetson as though he'd entered the church. I don't do nearly enough of this. We do our best to honor you and to raise the children to know and love you, but I reckon there's still a whole lot of growing I still have ahead of me. Please guide me to know how to move forward with Micah. I hurt him. I didn't mean to, but I hurt him in not taking the time to tell him the truth about my relationship with Martha. Help me mend whatever I've broken, Lord. Amen. By the time he'd made it back to the main house, the sun was directly above them in the sky. Abe and one of their ranch hands who'd been with them since their first season, named Tiny, stood outside in the front yard, both of them rinsing buckets and chamber pots with the well pump. What's going on? If it was just the buckets, it'd be one thing, but the chamber pots set a feeling of dread low in Isaac's stomach. Is someone sick? I'll say, Abe scoffed. We got back this morning for breakfast, and Louisa was running around like a chicken on processing day caring for all the kids while they relieved themselves of the contents of their stomachs. That was one way to put it. How are they feeling now? Caring for children with stomach illnesses could wear out even the hardiest of individuals. Is Louisa sick? Abe and Tiny exchanged guilty looks before Tiny tossed the last bucket of water onto the ground. He wasn't tiny at all, well over 6 feet tall and broad as a barn, but he'd somehow gotten the nickname over the years. We, haven't been inside. Jacob's in there, Abe quickly added. Look, I hate throwing up. I think I'll sleep in the bunkhouse for a few days. Jacob put the buckets on the front porch and told us to bring them back when we're done. He's already come and gotten a few times. Tiny wouldn't meet Isaac's eye, unusual for the normally confident and competent hand. If the situation awaiting him inside was not so unpleasant, he might have laughed at the 2 burly cowboys brought down by a little vomit. Cowards, he said with a smirk before he took 2 of the buckets in hand and headed for the front porch. In that case, you 2 can finish cleaning out the buckets, and I'll go inside and see how I can be of service. Chapter 12. Louisa would have to feel better to die. All morning, as she'd fluttered from the girls' room downstairs to the boys' loft, she'd hoped and prayed she didn't fall ill herself until she at least had other adults in the home to help with sick children. Jacob had been sent straight from the Lord in the hour or so since she'd begun retching herself. Apparently Abe and one of the hands had been cleaning out the buckets in the front yard, but she couldn't leave the cool wooden floor of the girls' room to find out. She'd considered trying to make it to her cottage, but she'd likely have to do so on her hands and knees. At the time, it didn't feel worth it. Louisa groaned, faintly registering the sound of the front door opening and closing in the distance. Everything sounded off, like she'd shoved her head in the dipper of cool water Jacob had forced into her mouth earlier. Louisa? Isaac's voice sounded closer now, as did the soft thump of his boots. Are you all right? The boots moved quicker now, his voice tinged with concern. She probably did look like she'd passed out on the floor rather than simply dropping for the sake of the coolness on her face. Jacob. I'm all right, she said as another wave of nausea hit her. Finally opening her eyes, Louisa grabbed an empty bucket from Isaac's hand in time for her stomach to rebel once more. How could she possibly still have anything left to retch? It felt better down here. The cool rag Jacob had placed on her head had long since warmed, and it had apparently fallen off at some point while she dozed. Isaac's worried eyes softened, and he glanced around the room at his girls. Thankfully, all 3 were fast asleep. Hopefully, they were all past the worst of their illness. Jacob said it's been quite the morning. She nodded, unable to sit up, but at least she could speak a little. Her voice sounded hoarse even to her. The children all got sick in various stages early this morning. It didn't hit me until about an hour or 2 ago. It felt like far more, but the clock on the wall told her differently. How are the boys doing? Jacob says they're all fast asleep as well. I'm going to go check on them next. Isaac smoothed her sweaty hair from her face, his fingers lingering slightly on her cheek. Do you want to stay on the floor, or would you prefer a more comfortable spot? The floor's fine. We've gotten quite close over the last few hours. I don't know if my legs would carry me anyway. She didn't have the energy to chuckle at her joke, but at least she could turn the corner of her lip up. Isaac chuckled. I didn't mean for you to walk. With that, he slid his arms under her and lifted her into the air as though she weighed no more than Sophia. If you decide you'd rather stay on the wood, I'll bring you back, but humor me first. Lacking the strength to argue and not really having a desire to anyway, Louisa allowed herself to be carried out into the hallway where Jacob now stood with a raised brow. "How's the patient?" The corner of his lip turned up at the sight of Isaac carrying her, but he didn't comment. "She's been better. The girls are still sleeping though." "Good," Jacob replied. "Hopefully you won't be far behind them. The boys are still asleep as well." Expecting to be hit with the bright sunshine outside on the way to her cottage, it surprised Louisa to be carried into a large bedroom on the first floor with a simple black and red checked quilt. Isaac laid her down on it, the cotton tick feeling like heaven despite being warmer than the floor. "I don't feel good about you being all the way in the cottage, so you can take my room until you're better." "I'll sleep in Jacob and Abe's room since Abe won't be sleeping there." Uneasy face. He chuckled, but Louisa didn't understand. Why won't he be sleeping there? "He's somewhat afraid of vomit." With a wink, he turned to where Jacob shadowed the bedroom door with a bucket and what appeared to be another cool cloth. "Rest now, sweetheart. We'll take care of everything." As she allowed herself to drift into a deep and dreamless sleep, the last image in her mind's eye was of a handsome cowboy with strong hands and an even stronger need to care for others. The peace it gave her as sleep claimed her, the knowledge the children would be well cared for should they wake, felt more important than she ever imagined it could be. "Are you sure you're feeling well enough to go this morning?" Isaac eyed Louisa, still a little pale after whatever had hit the children had seemed to wipe her normally boundless energy. The children were all puny for a day or so, but they'd been up and running wild again since at least Thursday. Isaac and Jacob had somehow never gotten it, though he'd been expecting the telltale rumbling in his stomach for days. It was Sunday, time to ride into church again as the circuit pastor was back in town. Pastor Jim had been a longtime friend of their family, as the home he'd shared with his wife and daughter hadn't been far from the little homestead their father had settled. In fact, it had been Jim and Hal who'd encouraged Isaac to strike out on his own and even lend a good bit of labor to help get the house and barn framed before winter hit that year. Since October had finally dawned, the heat had grown mildly less oppressive, and Louisa sat back next to Isaac on the wagon seat with her eyes closed. She smiled softly towards the sky, the gentle breeze wafting some of her flyaway auburn hair behind her. "I'm sure. I'd not have known what to do with myself staying home, and I feel much better today anyway. Plus," she lowered her voice, "I'd like to be there lest anyone have a single word to say about those children." Isaac chuckled, wishing he could reach across the wagon seat and take her hand. They'd not discussed anything about where they stood since the day he'd kissed her, mostly because he'd been busy trying to balance taking care of sick folks in his home alongside Jacob, while also balancing ranch work leading up to the cattle drive. Even thinking of the drive, remembering how little he'd allowed himself to think about the act of leaving tomorrow, set a brick of dread in his gut. Something didn't feel right, but he couldn't put his finger on what it was. Micah hadn't laid eyes on whoever had set up the camp, but every time he made his way out in the mornings, whoever it was had clearly been by. Not to mention, he'd tried to go at night as well, but the camp had still been empty. Or maybe it was the mine shaft becoming uncovered which had him unsettled. It could have been an animal, but it looked more intentional than some cow or horse falling down into it. Plus, they'd have noticed if they were missing one of either. It was too dangerous to go inside, but he'd not had the chance to board it up yet with how busy they'd been with illness and getting their cattle to the highest weights they could before the drive. "Louisa, we need to talk about the cattle drive." The words tasted bitter on his tongue, but not because he didn't want to leave her or the children. He didn't, of course, but something else nagged at his instincts in a way he found altogether unpleasant. Still, there was no choice but to go, as that was the stream of income for the ranch until their next drive in the spring. "Do you think you have everything you need for you and Cecily to prepare meals for everyone?" The nights shouldn't be cold enough to need the wood stove, but Abe chopped more wood anyway, just in case. Louisa's head came up slowly, her eyes opening and the peaceful expression she'd worn earlier gone. She glanced back at the children, all of them playing some sort of made-up game with dice in the back of the rig. "We should be fine. You said Micah's staying behind, right?" "Yes. He'll be going back and forth between the line shack and the main house, but any time you need him and he's not at the house, fire a shot in the air with the rifle I keep by the door. He'll come quickly." Louisa nodded quickly, chewing her bottom lip as though running through a checklist in her head. I think we'll be fine. I'm planning a few extra adventures while you're gone in the south pasture and over at the creek. We'll be learning about amphibious creatures and different types of habitats, while also working through some more Bible stories and Aesop's fables. You'll be back by the end of the week. How in the world she'd remembered all that after the events of the week floored him, but remembered she had. Yes. Thankfully, the stockyards in Fort Worth aren't far, so it doesn't take us long to get the cattle there since the rail line was put in. You know, we stocked the pantry, and there are fresh medical supplies in the storage room as well. In the event of a storm dash. Isaac, Louisa said gently as she reached her hand over the distance between them and placed it on his. We'll be fine. The Lord goes before you, and He goes before us as well. Whatever happens, we will handle it, because He gives us strength. A whisper of peace seemed to lay itself over his heart, just enough to take the edge off the swirling of his thoughts regarding all that could possibly go wrong in his absence. You're right, but you may have to remind me again a time or 10 before we head out. Moving the reins to his left hand, Isaac flipped his right one until the two of them held hands in the front seat of the wagon. His brothers and a few of the hands rode behind the wagon, or he had no doubt he'd hear Abe's playful whistle teasing them. The Lord goes before us all. Finally, as he looked back on his life with the eyes of grace he'd been asking the Lord to give him, he saw that the Lord had always gone before him, even in the most difficult seasons. He'd walked with them all in the everyday as well as the seemingly big events. He cared about each of their lives, and he'd worked in situations big and small. Chapter 13. I don't think the Lord could have blessed us with better weather, the circuit minister, Pastor Jim, said as he gestured towards the wide open spaces surrounding them from the steps of their little country church house. Y'all come on inside, and we'll worship the Lord together. The man lacked even a hint of pretentiousness, wearing clean slacks, a white shirt with what looked to be a stubborn stain on the shoulder, suspenders, and a bolo tie. He wore boots with no jacket, his salt and pepper beard far thicker than the hair on his head. What little hair he did have had been pushed down by the Stetson he'd clearly worn on his ride to church, though he'd long since removed it upon entering the church to air out the space. It wasn't exactly what Louisa had been used to in Massachusetts, but she found the casual nature of their Sunday services here to be what her heart needed. Louisa gestured for the children to follow her through the doors as Isaac held them open for anyone and everyone. Micah held the other door open, though the normally quiet but pleasant brother held somewhat of a cross between a feigned smile and a scowl. No one else appeared to notice but Isaac, and as Louisa passed through the doors and shot her gaze toward his younger brother, Isaac simply shrugged. Oh well, if Isaac wasn't worried, she ought not be either. Children, if you behave as well as you did 2 weeks ago, we'll bake cookies when we get back to the ranch. Little Reuben's eyes went wide as he grinned, communicating plenty well despite his lack of speech. Even now as they took their seats and the boy climbed up in Louisa's lap, he snuggled in close in such a way that melted her heart. William sat next to her on one side, Austin on the other. She'd learned over her weeks here that placing adults between the spirited boys tended to help with their rambunctiousness. She'd heard tell of Benjamin placing a frog in Victoria Lowell's cloak last winter, though the woman might have deserved it after the story Isaac told her about Toby and the closet. Cecily sat between the twins, with Isaac on the other side of Benjamin. Liza and Toby rounded out their bunch on Isaac's other side, with Micah, Abe, and Jacob usually sitting with the few farmhands who chose to go to Sunday service in the back. Pastor Jim took his place at the pulpit and led them in a song and prayer before directing them all to sit down. Good morning, friends, he said warmly as the sunlight streamed in and the windows let the downright comfortable breeze waft through in a way that refreshed Louisa's body in the same way the sermon refreshed her soul. I have some exciting news for you, news I hope will bring you as much joy and peace as it has me. Curious glances and whispers drifted softly through the church, but surely Pastor Jim couldn't be leaving their congregation if he said it was good. The town council has petitioned my sending organization to allow me to step out of the role of circuit preacher and into the role of full-time pastor for Cloverdale, Texas. I've loved preaching in some of the smaller towns nearby, but this congregation is well past the point they need their own dedicated minister. It's also been my home for far longer. They'll be sending in another pastor to fill my previous role, and I'll be here full-time beginning in November." Cheers and applause rose throughout the church house until Pastor Jim settled everyone down. "That's not all, friends. My daughter, whom some of you may remember from when she was younger, will be moving here as well. Calliope, better known to most of you as Callie, has finished her medical degree and has been training under Dr. Edie Brown out of Pine Creek, Texas, for the last few years. She's ready to open her own practice, and the town council has agreed Cloverdale is in dire need of one." Cheers rose again, but Louisa noticed Isaac's head turn discreetly around. It took her a moment to determine who he was looking at until she spotted Jacob shifting in his seat a few rows back. His eyes had narrowed, his applause stopping cold as Micah, Abe, and Isaac all snuck glances his way. What in the world? She'd have to get the full story later, but both a pastor and a doctor in their tiny town felt like an absolute miracle from the Lord. Pastor Jim brought the topic back to Scripture then, speaking on following Moses's lead from the book of Exodus. He read the passage to them, stopping to emphasize key points throughout before getting to the meat of his sermon. God told the Israelites he will send them into the promised land, but he has grown weary of their stiff necks and stubbornness. He will send an angel instead. Rather than accepting the gift of ending their time in the wilderness and ultimately blessing them with riches, Moses tells the Lord no. This was a passage Louisa hadn't encountered in a while, one which meant something much deeper in this stage of her life. If the Lord promised her everything she'd ever wanted, every blessing and gift she'd longed for, but he removed his presence from her, would she take it? The Lord's patience with the Israelites had worn thin as I imagine it sometimes wears with me. A few chuckles in the audience followed Pastor Jim's vulnerable joke, but Louisa couldn't bring herself to join them. How often had the Lord's patience worn thin with her and her lack of trust in what he'd called her to do? In chapter 33 of the book of Exodus, we see Moses beg the Lord not to remove his presence from them. He looked back down to his Bible as Louisa did the same, conviction pricking her heart the same way tears threatened to prick her eyes. "And he said unto him, If thy presence go not with me, carry us not up hence. For wherein shall it be known here that I and thy people have found grace in thy sight? Is it not in that thou goest with us? So shall we be separated, I and thy people, from all the people that are upon the face of the earth. And the Lord said unto Moses, I will do this thing also that thou hast spoken, for thou hast found grace in my sight, and I know thee by name." We see here in verses 15 through 17 the Lord sees Moses' faithfulness and shows him grace. Over and over again in Scripture, we see the miraculous grace of the Lord God, nowhere clearer than in the presence and humanity of his Son Jesus. Still, I believe this passage of Scripture is a line of demarcation for the Christ follower in our day. If the Lord would give you all you ever wanted and answer every prayer with a yes, whether they are selfish or completely selfless, but he would remove his presence from you, what would you choose? I am ashamed to admit there was a time I might have chosen the first over Moses's much better choice. Pastor Jim's voice grew raspy, but he wasn't the only one moved to tears. No, on the other side of the pew, Louisa spotted Isaac himself looking every bit the stoic cowboy, while a silent tear rolled down his cheek. Pastor Jim continued, "When my daughter Callie was a tiny thing, she began suffering from seizures. My late wife and I were terrified, on our knees daily to plead with the Lord to spare our daughter from what we were convinced would be an early death." The sound of shifting pulled Louisa's attention briefly to where Jacob had stood up from his seat and moved through the back door as though his seat was on fire. Micah and Abe both watched after him, as did Pastor Jim in the front before he spoke again. There was a time I'd have seriously considered bartering the Lord's presence for a healed little girl, but what a life and ministry I'd have forfeited. Not to mention, that little girl grew up to ultimately be delivered from her seizures and choose to minister to those around her in the same way physician after physician ministered to her. Remember, friends, it is not the easy path we seek. It's not even the promised land, no matter how tempting it might be to behold. It is simply the Lord's presence, the grace of God among us to carry us despite our circumstances. He continued preaching, and Louisa couldn't have been more proud of the children. For the most part, they'd sat quietly. A few twiddled their thumbs, and Reuben might have dozed off for a few minutes in her lap. The closing prayer found them all standing to their feet once more. Victoria Lowell, from the pew in front of them, turned with pursed lips and stiff shoulders once the service ended. "I must admit, Miss Miller, you've done a good job with these children. They've not been this quiet in church as long as I've known them." Cecily snorted softly from a few spots down as she took Reuben from Louisa's arms. They followed Isaac out the front doors and into the churchyard while Louisa thought through her response. "Yes, the Lord has been gracious in allowing me the privilege of being their teacher. It's amazing what a little grace and understanding can do for hurting children." Victoria's eyes widened, showing Louisa she'd indeed caught her meaning. "Yes, well, I'd best be going." With that, she shuffled down the pew and out the door to follow the rest of the churchgoers as they spilled out into the yard. Would Victoria one day understand the grace they'd all been offered in the Lord so she might offer it to others? More importantly for Louisa, what were the ways she'd been choosing her own wants, desires, or even preconceived notions over seeing those around her with the same grace? After all, choosing the Lord's presence over one's wants went far deeper than attending church. It was the relationship with Christ which would beckon them all to an understanding of His will in their daily lives. "That might have been your best sermon yet, Pastor," Isaac said as he stood at the base of the steps after church. "I have to say, the bit about our choices being the line of demarcation between the true believer and the simple churchgoer convicted me greatly." Pastor Jim clapped Isaac on the back as the two of them watched the children play under the shade of a large tree. They'd actually managed to pull some other children into their game, something Isaac didn't think he'd ever see before Louisa came into their lives. "You've done a good thing taking in all those children, and I know your motivations are pure, son. I've been praying for years the Lord would somehow help you surrender all the moving pieces in your life to Him. We forfeit more peace than we realize when we try to carry it all." It was what Hal, Florence, and now Louisa had been telling him for longer than he could remember, but something about that day's sermon finally drove it home. "Speaking of surrendering pieces of my life to the Lord, I guess you saw my brother hightail it out of the church after you brought up Callie. Callie Thorne, Jim Thorne's only daughter and the woman everyone and their brother had expected Jacob to marry. She'd gone off to medical school when they'd finished their schooling in town, not long after her mother passed away, and she'd not been back in the nearly 10 years since. Jim sighed, his own burdens on the matter clear. "I meant to talk to him before the service, but the boys avoided me since the day she left town. I think he blames me, in a way, for encouraging her to go off and get her degree." Jim and Callie had lived on a small homestead not far from the property where Isaac and his brothers had grown up. In the same way Martha had been a friend to them, Callie had turned into more for Jacob as they'd gotten older. The months following her move to Chicago to follow in Dr. Edie Brown's footsteps as one of the few female doctors in the country were some of the darkest Isaac had ever seen his brother. Then, a few years back, when they'd heard Callie had moved to Pine Creek, Texas, to apprentice under the woman who'd married and become Dr. Edie Brown, it had happened again. "He has no right to blame you," Isaac said as he crossed his arms over his chest and stared off down the long dirt road his brother had undoubtedly pushed his mount over. "Our anger rarely gets taken to the right places, does it?" "If it did," Jim replied, "it wouldn't be anger anymore. Callie knows she didn't handle the situation with Jacob correctly, but her calling was as strong as her love for him." That much Isaac could understand. Then it's exactly what she needed to do. Before he could speak anymore, Louisa appeared in the doorway of the church and slowly descended the steps. She watched the children play with the other children, a soft smile on her face, making her look even more beautiful than normal. "Jim, have you met Louisa yet?" "I don't believe I have." Jim smiled widely, his gaze bouncing back and forth between the two of them, particularly as Isaac took her hand to guide her down. "It's a pleasure to meet you, ma'am. I've heard a great deal about you from Hal and Florence." He smirked, and Isaac couldn't help but wonder how much of her story they'd told. Louisa blushed, and Isaac knew if the Lord blessed him with the ability to keep her forever, he'd spend his days trying to bring the pretty pink to her cheeks. "I'm glad it was from them. Others in town might have different opinions." Jim let out a loud guffaw. "They might, but I both married and raised women ready to go to war to defend those weaker than them." I'm quite comfortable with women who can comfort a crying child in one breath and spit fire at anyone who dares cross them in the next. He winked at Isaac before sobering as his gaze went back to the direction Jacob had ridden off. One of them will be back in town next month. Always observant, Louisa studied Jim for a moment, but she didn't pry. Once they spoke for a few more minutes and the two of them bid Jim goodbye, her patience clearly ran out. All right, I need to know what happened between Jacob and Jim's daughter. That's why he left, right? Letting out a long sigh, Isaac took her hand in his. He raised it to his lips to press a kiss to her knuckles, his mind whirling with all the things he needed to simply surrender to God. It's a longer story than we have time for at the moment, but what do you say we gather up the children and head home? I'd like to spend as much time with all of you as I can before we leave tomorrow. Louisa smiled sadly, resting her head on his shoulder as they watched the children play. Birds flew overhead, not yet hunkered down for the winter the way they'd be when the nights grew colder. I'd like that too. Chapter 14. The extra wood is over here, and Abe went into town for extra dry goods on Saturday. Micah will be here this evening, but dash. Isaac, Louisa interrupted as she stood next to the barn the next morning. I know all this. We've talked about it at length. You've left plenty to care for the children in your absence. They'll be just fine. The way he always wanted to take care of and protect everyone warmed her heart, but they'd had this conversation at least 3 times already. The poor man had been tense all morning, quiet at breakfast until he'd pulled Louisa over to where Roscoe stood tied to the post awaiting his tack. Isaac wiped at the sweat beading on his forehead, removing his familiar Stetson as he shut his eyes briefly. I know, he said as they opened again. I hate to leave y'all, and I know I need to trust the Lord. His voice trailed off, and Louisa wrapped her arms around his waist in what she hoped was a comforting hug. You're still practicing exactly how to do that. I know, Isaac. Those are muscles we all need to stretch once in a while, especially when it comes to those we love. Isaac lifted his hand to her chin, lifting her eyes to his as she leaned her head back. When I get back, I think we need to have a conversation about where we stand. It's not only the children I hate to leave, sweetheart. Heart fluttering as though it flew overhead with the clouds on the crisp October morning, Louisa stared into the eyes she never imagined laid in store for her when she accepted the calling to come west. I'll be waiting. As soon as the words left her mouth, Isaac's attention went straight to her lips. I know we risk being interrupted here, but I'd really like to kiss you before I leave. Slowly, giving her plenty of time to object, Isaac lowered his mouth to hers. Rather than balk, Louisa stood to her tiptoes and met him halfway, needing to feel the connection as much as he did. How could it be possible? How could the man who'd pulled her out of the creek only a little over a month ago have wormed his way into her heart and so many of her thoughts? It was easy for the children. She'd known they'd do the same thing quickly. How had this quiet rancher done the same? As it had the time before, the whole world seemed to stop as one hand held her close to him and the other settled on her cheek. Butterflies in her stomach turned to something much larger, and Isaac's grin as he pulled back and rested his forehead to hers felt like coming home. I'll be doing that again, too. Before she could respond, wolf whistles and applause from over near the bunkhouse sounded. Abe and a few of the ranch hands stood with supplies in their hands, though a few still managed to clap. All whistled loudly, everyone wearing wide smiles except Jacob. His lip had turned up at the corner, amused, but the smile didn't quite reach his eyes the way it would have before they'd gotten the news about Jim's daughter's return. Louisa buried her face in Isaac's chest, though she grinned from ear to ear despite the embarrassment burning her cheeks. Rather than hide his face, Isaac held her close and pressed another kiss to her hair. Show's over, boys. Back to work before I make the 4 of y'all take turns bringing up the rear the whole drive. His voice lowered, speaking only to Louisa this time. Dust is the worst back there, and normally we take turns. Despite her surely flaming cheeks, Louisa tilted her head back and chuckled. I'm sure they'll appreciate the assignment. After one more short hug, Isaac pulled away to go and say goodbye to each of the children individually where they'd all been playing near the front porch. Louisa's plan for the day was to take them for a day of games and reading in the fields to the south of the ranch house. They'd need it after saying goodbye to Isaac and the others. It was an interesting dynamic, this makeshift family in the midst of a lonely Texas ranch. When she'd first arrived, Louisa had assumed the brothers all took on an equal share of the parenting of the children they'd taken in. While there was some truth to that, it wasn't the whole story. Abe, Jacob, and Micah functioned more as fun uncles who helped out as much as they could rather than father figures alongside Isaac. Maybe it was because he'd already been a father before the rest of the children came to him. Maybe it had simply been the agreement from the beginning. Either way, Isaac was the one Reuben and Sophia went to when they got hurt. Benjamin and Austin preened alongside William for the man's approval and praise he readily gave to them. Toby still didn't seem quite as close to Isaac as the rest of them did, but he certainly loved and respected the man. From her understanding, Toby had been older when he came to live with them, therefore having a bit of a unique experience. It didn't seem to bother Isaac in the slightest, as some of them called him Papa or Pa, while others simply referred to him by his name. He parented and disciplined the same way for each child, but he also showed love and affection equally as well. Even now, as the children ran to engulf him in a 9-way hug, Louisa could see how much each of them adored the seemingly rough around the edges cowboy. "Are you gonna get us presents, Pa?" Austin nearly shook with excitement. "I want a new slingshot." Isaac chuckled, ruffling the boy's hair. "I'll see what I can do, but let's work on asking for things more politely while I'm gone, all right?" Cecily wrapped her father in a tight hug, a tear slipping down her cheek as the girl, mature beyond her years, looked a little bit childlike for the moment. She'd taken to putting her hair up in a similar fashion to Louisa's more often, though Louisa had a sneaking suspicion it was due more to a couple of the boys her age glancing her way at church rather than Victoria's unkind words a while back. "Please be careful, Papa," she said softly. "Come back as quick as you can." Isaac squatted a little and lifted his daughter's chin. "You know I will, sweet pea. I have far too much to come home to dawdle." He winked and pulled her in for a hug Louisa knew would make all things right in her world. There was simply something about a father's hug with the power to fight back all the world's evils. He moved slowly through each one of the children, giving them hugs or head ruffles depending on what they seemed to need. Finally, when all of them had said their goodbyes, he turned back to Louisa. 1 week. He closed the distance between them and smoothed a lock of hair from her face. 1 week and I'll be home. Something about his words felt more like a promise of things to come rather than a simple assurance he'd be home soon. "We'll be waiting." His gaze dropped to her lips again, but before he could do anything about it, Austin scrunched up his nose and let out a gag. "Y'all aren't gonna kiss again, are ya?" Isaac pushed Roscoe down the large cluster of cattle, keeping his eyes peeled for stragglers or any animal who might be struggling with their current pace. As much as he wanted to, he couldn't push them any faster. Not only would it be potentially dangerous for the cattle, but for the cowboys too. They'd be able to move a little quicker on the way back from Fort Worth, but they'd still have a few new members of the herd they would purchase for the sake of new bloodlines. He whistled loud, signaling Abe on the other side of the herd. "You see anything I need to know about?" "Nope. Everything's good over here." Isaac moved back towards the front, checking in with each of the hands to ensure nothing had gotten past his notice. He switched directions, making sure he'd made the rounds, and by the time he reached Jacob on the back left flank of the herd, the sun had set so much he knew they'd have to stop and make camp within the next hour. Jacob wore a scowl on his face, not unlike the one he'd been wearing both days they'd been on the road thus far. He was struggling with the news of Callie's impending return, and his normally kind and friendly brother had retreated in himself the same way he did after she left town. "We gonna make camp soon?" His words were clipped, a bit of an edge to them, but Isaac didn't take it personally. "Figured we would. Listen, I've got no complaints regarding your work out here, but it's obvious you're stewing and shutting yourself off from us." Jacob's head whipped around, his eyes narrowed and flaming with anger. "So, what? You figured you'd come over here and play the hero? I'm not one of the kids, Isaac. I don't need any fatherly wisdom." His words dripped with anger, but at the source of the anger was deep hurt. There was far more to the story with Callie than Jacob had ever shared, but Isaac didn't plan to pry. "I'm not trying to be your pa, Jacob. I want you to know I'm here for you if you ever need to talk things out." It wasn't something they'd done much of over the years. nor was it something their own father had taught them how to do. Talking about one's problems would have been considered far too feminine for their stone-cold father, but the consequences of keeping everything bottled inside had never worked out for any of them. Jacob's face softened a little, and he stared straight ahead rather than at Isaac. "I know, and I'm sorry I've been so ornery. Kelly's just, I never thought she'd come back." "I know you didn't. I don't know everything that happened between you two, but I hope you know you can always take your anger and hurt to the Lord. I haven't done a good job of doing that over the years myself, but I'm thinking he might care about our day-to-day lives as much as he does the big decisions." His brother's lip quirked up, blue eyes still stormy with memories of things he'd probably rather forget. "She's been good for you, brother. I'm happy for you." Sensing they needed to table the conversation for the moment and return to it later, Isaac grinned as the thought of returning to Louisa and the kids in 4 more days made it impossible not to. Normally, he enjoyed the scenery of the cattle drives, the rolling hills and deep green of the Texas pines, a stark contrast to the light blue skies. Sure, they occasionally ran into rainstorms, but those happened more often during spring cattle drives than fall ones. Their herd was strong, and cattle prices were up from the last news he'd heard from ranchers in the area. Still, the nagging desire to get back home and have a conversation with Louisa that left no doubt in her mind where he stood lingered. "Thanks, brother. I think so too." Even a year before, he'd have been tempted to push the issue with his brother, and even to push the cattle faster than might have been wise to get home to the rest of his family. The Lord had been working in his heart even before Pastor Jim's sermon the week before. The choice of trusting the Lord despite not knowing what lay ahead, choosing him over an easy and simple life, following Moses's lead, it had sparked a desperation in his soul he couldn't quench. Chapter 15. Toby. Louisa gasped as the boy showed her his latest piece of artwork in the south field as the rest of them worked on some of their individual schoolwork. "This is breathtaking." The picture depicted the moment she'd first arrived, the creek in the distance sparkling from the sun despite being done in shades of blacks, grays, and whites. Isaac led her forward as she sat astride Roscoe, her expression one of excitement, hesitation, and no doubt the pain of her once sprained ankle if her slightly grimaced smile was any indication. Thinking back to the girl in the picture, Louisa could hardly believe how they'd gotten here. She'd been a little hesitant when she arrived, certainly nervous the children wouldn't bond with her. And that was the cardinal rule of managing one's classroom, was it not? Building relationships with the students made them want to behave rather than parading one's authority to make them do it. Toby had captured Roscoe's detailing perfectly, as well as the land around them, but it was his rendering of Isaac which showed her how deeply the boy noticed things and used his talent to depict it in art. The cowboy wore his familiar Stetson, his entire body tense, as though the weight of the world sat atop his shoulders. Jaw clenched tight, shoulders high as though a threat had entered the ranch, and his free hand fisted at his side as he drew closer to the children. It was only in that moment Louisa realized how much Isaac had relaxed in the time she'd been there. No, it was more than relaxation, it was peace. The Lord had worked in his heart, giving him the peace which only came from realizing their Maker had things well in hand. Through the rest of the morning, Louisa fluttered from child to child, doing her best to provide any educational support they needed while also encouraging those who struggled more than others. A fall breeze had picked up, cooling the late October sunshine. This far south, the days were still quite warm despite being well into fall up north, though the nights had cooled considerably. Isaac had told her November generally cooled things off more consistently, and the bead of sweat dripping down her back under her dress had her hoping he was right. "All right, children. Who's hungry?" She debated packing a lunch for them to picnic, but decided against it since Reuben needed to take a nap after lunch anyway. Even now, as the 4-year-old played in the dirt quietly, her heart hoped once more for giggles and shouts to burst from his chest the way any other 4-year-old boys might. "Can we go play with the puppies?" Sophia's voice was so full of hope there was no way Louisa could refuse her. She'd had quite a few days herself where she'd gone out to smell that sweet puppy breath and bury her face in their thick fur. Who could blame children for wanting to do the same? Of course, but we all need to eat a good lunch first. Deal? Sophia nodded quickly, grinning from ear to ear at the thought of playing with the ranch's adorable litter. They'd gotten so big since she arrived, their growth not unlike her own comfort and feeling of home on the ranch. The simple joy of the beauty and sunshine she'd felt all morning fell away abruptly as the feeling of them being watched settled over her. The hair on the back of her neck stood up, but no amount of searching the land or tree line around them revealed anyone. Toby, never one to miss anything, glanced around as well. "You all right, Miss Louisa?" The feeling, altogether unpleasant and had her wishing they'd brought some sort of weapon out to the meadow, was anything but all right. Still, startling the children over a threat her mind had probably fabricated in Isaac's absence wouldn't help anyone. "I'm fine, buddy. I thought I heard an animal or something." William giggled, letting out a sound something like a rattlesnake, but mostly just a sh-ch-ch. "She's probably just nervous she'll hear a rattler again and hurt herself." He giggled again, clearly amusing himself at the circumstances surrounding her meeting them. "She doesn't even have a suitcase to throw this time," Benjamin added. "Though we could throw the McGuffey's reader at one. They're pretty big." Louisa gasped dramatically, trying to ignore the still unpleasant feeling of being watched as she continued stuffing her books into her bag. "We'd never treat the book so callously. It would be a crime." Despite getting the children back to the house and through the rest of the day unscathed, by the time Louisa put them all to bed that evening her stomach felt tied up in knots. She'd have wondered if perhaps the stomach illness had returned, but no retching ever came. It was simply a low level of unease resulting in constant vigilance. Micah had stayed in the pastures all day, caring for the herd left behind and the other chores necessary for life on the ranch. Her plan had always been to bunk with the girls in their room while Isaac and his brothers were gone, and they'd even made up an extra cot for her before they left. Staying out in the cottage felt too far away in the event one of them had a nightmare or got sick in the night. She'd started a fire in the wood stove as the night had begun to cool off. It was now closer to midnight than it was to dinner, and she'd still been unable to settle down. Even reading her Bible for hours hadn't calmed her. She could always go wake Micah in Jacob and Abe's room, but what could she say? She generally felt uneasy and had a strange feeling they'd been being watched. He'd think her deranged, or simply paranoid, in Isaac's absence. No, she'd simply sit there in the cozy living room lit by the wood stove fire and do her best to get some rest on the sofa. Both the front door and the kitchen door were well within her sight and hearing, so if anyone did try to come in, she'd have warning. She'd finally dozed off at some point, her mind occupied by half-lucid dreams and grateful prayers of all she'd experienced since she came to the ranch. There in the inky black night, the air around her cooler due to the fire dying down, the sound of the front doorknob jiggling pierced the air around her. Louisa popped up like a jack-in-the-box from her spot lounging and doing her best to rest her body. The doorknob continued to jiggle for a moment until a hulking frame appeared in the window beside the door. She could make out absolutely nothing specific about the person, only to know it was a man. He squatted a little, peering in for only a moment before apparently spotting her and quickly turning on his heel. The sound of his boots on the stairs had nothing on the beat of her racing heart. Louisa jumped up from her spot on the couch and ran back to Abe's room where Micah had bunked for the night. "Micah," she hissed as loudly as she dared without waking the girls next door. "Micah, wake up." The cowboy sat up in bed, wiping his eyes as the seriousness in her tone apparently registered. "Louisa, what's wrong?" Someone was at the door. I've felt like someone was watching us all day, and I haven't been able to shake it. I stayed up in case they tried anything." Micah had already flung his covers off and pulled on his boots. He'd slept in essentially what amounted to the same clothes he typically worked in, probably a habit from the line shack. "What was your plan if he did break in?" "You should have told me." His words were harsh, but Louisa tried not to let them get to her. "And tell you what? That I had this weird feeling out in the pasture today, and it hasn't stopped even once we got home. I'd rather look like a paranoid fool by myself, thank you." Micah swept past her as he holstered his pistol and grabbed the rifle from above the front door. "It's my job to protect you and the children while Isaac's gone. I can't do that if you don't give me all the information." With that, he swept out the front door and into the sky so dark Louisa didn't know how he saw a single thing in front of him. Micah had apparently always been more at home in the darkness and solitude of the lion shack. Perhaps his eyes adapted more quickly than hers. He was gone for nearly 2 hours before returning with slumped shoulders and a thunderous expression. I found his tracks, but he got away. Looks to be a grown man by the size of the tracks. Thankfully, it rained earlier tonight, so they were fresh. I lost his trail heading up into the north pasture. He paused, his jaw clenched tight as he ran a hand through his dark brown hair. Of the 4 brothers she'd met, Micah looked the most like Isaac. He had the same broad build, the same dark features, and the same expression and countenance suggesting they bore the weight of the world. Since Isaac had begun giving more and more daily problems to the Lord, his shoulders had begun to lift, but Micah still stood as though he held it all. Something else was clear there too. "There's more you haven't told me." Remembering his scowl at church that week as he held the door, Louisa sat back on the sofa. "What's going on?" Micah let out a rough sigh, crossing the distance to the mantel above the wood stove and propping himself on it. He didn't sit, but it was something. "I told Isaac he should have told you all this before he left. Do you remember when Isaac asked you not to take the children into the north pasture?" "Yes, he said there was an old mine shaft there that had been covered, but the foliage had come clear. It was probably an animal, but he didn't want any of the children getting close. He said they'd board it up when they got home." "Right, except I'm thinking it wasn't an animal after all. A few weeks ago, I spotted a campsite north of our property line. Isaac knows all about it, but we've not been able to catch the person when they're actually there. He thinks it's probably harmless travelers. But you don't." Micah ran a hand through his hair again, moving from the mantel to pace across the floor. "I tried to convince myself I did, but a few days ago I went back and what had previously been evidence of one man's clothing and belongings turned into evidence of a man and woman. I saw a pair of women's shoes which had obviously been worn low from far too much use and hairpins dotting the campsite as though they'd come out over time. And you don't think it's possible it's just a man and his wife traveling?" "No, I don't." Micah shook his head and slumped into the wingback chair beside the sofa. "I'm not sure how to explain it other than to say it looks like a man's campsite. Women, even when traveling, they tend to try to make things as comfortable as they can. Even in the leanest of circumstances, they do their best to build a nest. It's a bare-bones campsite out there, and every time I go I feel like I'm missing something. Oh goodness." Louisa couldn't imagine how scared a young woman must be if she'd been pulled into such a situation against her will. What if they were just travelers after all? He paused, and she once again got the suspicion there was even more to this difficult conundrum. "There's still more, isn't there?" Micah smirked, though the expression was devoid of any real humor. "No one's ever going to be able to get anything past you, are they?" She'd always been better at spotting lies of omission, half-truths, and outright falsehoods than about anyone else she knew. It was something about the way a person moved and breathed when they held something back. As such, she'd grown accustomed to simply telling the full truth as often as she possibly could. It was usually the best option, even if it meant using softer words when speaking to a child. "Never have been." Micah cracked his knuckles. "That's good, considering you found out the truth surrounding Isaac's marriage to Martha before I even did." The hurt in his eyes was clear as he spoke. "I'm sorry. I know that's probably weighed on you." Shoulders lifting in what was probably supposed to look like a nonchalant shrug, Micah shook his head. "It is what it is." "But the campsite, the last time I went out there, before church Sunday morning, there was a rope on the ground next to a jagged rock beside a tree. It was as though the rope had been cut." He stopped again, meeting her eyes before forging on. A piece of ripped fabric was there, as well as enough blood to have come from a scrape. He trailed off, as though he had more to say, but thought better of it. "Or raw wrists from being bound," Louisa finished. Oh, the poor woman. Whoever she was, Louisa wanted to wrap her in a warm blanket and fuss over her until she fell into a peaceful sleep, content in her safety. "Oh, Micah." He nodded. "I didn't tell Isaac about it because if he didn't leave on the cattle drive, he'd miss his appointment with the stockyards and likely not be able to go again until the spring. He needed that payday, always does. I guess I also didn't think the person would come anywhere near the house." Reading between the lines, Louisa knew the rest without Micah even telling her. He'd lost the trail and returned to a once again empty campsite. I'll be praying for the poor woman and for whoever it is to be brought to justice soon. You think God cares about things like that? Micah showed genuine surprise tinged with frustration as he stood to his feet again. Could have fooled me. Louisa's heart broke for the man who'd barely known his mother or heard the stories from her Bible as he was so young when she'd passed. It wouldn't surprise her a lick if he'd been in church every week since, but not been taught much at home due to Isaac's simple need to put food on the table and protect him from their father for so much of his childhood. I can guarantee you he does, Micah, but it's not my assurance you need. Chapter 16. Finally, Louisa said as she looked up from the passage in Genesis to smile at the enraptured faces of at least 4 out of the 7 children. After 40 days and 40 nights, God brought Noah and his family a dove. It held an olive branch in its mouth to signal the waters had begun to recede. It wasn't the dove bringing his favor, it was also a rainbow in the sky God used to promise Noah he'd never destroy the earth by water again. Reuben's eyes were wide, as he'd probably not heard this particular story as often as the other children. Sophia listened intently, as did William and the twins. Toby sketched on a drawing pad while Liza braided flowers together for a flower crown, but both would smile or furrow their brows at appropriate parts in the story, telling Louisa they likely paid more attention than they let on. Cecily stared off into the distance, little Reuben in her lap, as Louisa answered questions peppered from every direction. Did they take snakes too? I don't like snakes. I love snakes, but they didn't take more than 2 dogs? How do we have so many different kinds? Where did they go to the bathroom? It was only then Cecily sat up straight, her attention focused somewhere behind Louisa and her normally serene features when immediately on high alert. Cecily, Louisa said as she stood to her feet. What's wrong, honey? Cecily pointed behind Louisa, the latter whipping around to see a single rider closing the distance between them quickly. The gait of the horse wasn't one she recognized, nor was the thinner build of the man. He didn't look like any of the cowboys from the other ranches she'd met, and as he grew closer, her entire body tensed. Was this the man who'd been watching them? They'd gone outside in the front yard this morning to do schooling, as she'd not felt comfortable riding off into the south pasture until they knew exactly what was going on. Had he been the one to try and break in the night before, and if so, what did he want? By the time Louisa turned back to check on Cecily, the girl's whole body shook as her face had drained of color. Liza, Toby, take the children inside. Toby, once they're in, go to the back door and fire a shot in the air to alert the men in the field. Thankfully, the children understood the gravity of the situation, all of them, but Cecily moved quickly. It was like the girl had frozen in place. Cecily, Louisa said as she hurried to place an arm around her. Who is that man? He'd grown closer now, only 20 or so feet away when he brought his horse to a rough stop with a yank on the animal's reins and hopped off. He wasn't as tall as the Sutton boys, but there was a ruddiness to his features and a ruthlessness in his eyes. He sauntered towards them as though he'd not just arrived and struck fear into the heart of a 13-year-old girl. That's Brent, Cecily whispered. That's our father. Louisa's eyes widened as she took in the cocky man moving toward them. Toby's shot sounded, bolstering her bravery as the promise of help split the air. Go inside, Cecily. Lock the doors and don't open for anyone but Micah or me. Brent said as he stopped a few feet from them. He wore no hat, but a bandana around his mouth and nose he'd casually pulled down. He had striking blonde hair, the same as Cecily, Liza, and William. Now, is that any way to treat your old man, Cecily? Anger sluiced through Louisa's entire body as she felt the girl tremble under her arm. You don't speak to her. You don't even look at her. This is not your daughter, not anymore. This man had abandoned his family and ultimately caused the death of his wife. His cocky demeanor cracked for the first time, and Louisa saw more than a flash of anger in his eyes. No, what she saw was far more terrifying. It was cold and calculated. Who are you? I've been watching you with my kids and a whole bunch of others for a few days. Whoever you are, you got no right to keep me from my young'uns or my wife. Speaking of which, where's your mama, Cecily? The words seemed to break Cecily free from her shock, and her words held more venom than Louisa had ever heard from her. She's dead because of you and your selfishness. With that, Cecily started to back away from the man she'd once called her father. "Louisa, are you all right if I go inside?" "I'm fine, honey. Micah and the others will be here in a moment." Even now, she spotted the group of cowboys riding like their lives depended on it from the reduced herd's spot in the north pasture. "I'll ask again," Brent said as Cecily scurried inside and locked the door behind her. "Who are you, and what happened to my wife?" "She wasn't your wife anymore when she died, and it doesn't matter who I am. All that matters is you're not getting anywhere near those children." Louisa willed her own body not to tremble the way Cecily's had. They needed someone to fight for them until Micah and the others got there, and she'd do anything she had to in order to keep the man away from the children he wrongfully claimed. Was Brent the one who'd made camp so close to their ranch? Had he uncovered the mine? Did he have some poor woman out there tied up, or had she gotten free and now wandered in fear for her life? "What are you hoping to gain here, Brent?" The man spit at her feet, the smell of chewing tobacco and alcohol accosting her nose as he did. "I went back home to find my family so I could divorce my wife officially, but I reckon she took care of that for me." He chuckled, the sound shooting ice down Louisa's spine. "Now I reckon the kids are mine again, aren't they?" "No, they're not." If she told him the truth, would it make him go away? Why did he want the children anyway? Martha remarried, and he adopted the children before she passed. The judge granted her a divorce from you on grounds of abandonment. The children have an excellent father, and you're not fit to clean his boots. It probably wasn't the wisest idea to antagonize him, but Micah and the hands had almost reached them now. The cavalry rode in strong, but not fast enough to stop Brent from raising his hand into a fist and sending it flying towards Louisa's face. This time, though, unlike the fight with Benjamin and Austin, Louisa was ready. She ducked and used his momentary lack of balance to bring her boot up to kick him as hard as she could in his locked knee. He howled in pain, but Louisa didn't stay close enough to allow him another blow. By that point, Micah had brought his horse to a stop and leapt off him, flanked by the other cowhands on either side. Tackling Brent, Micah got in 3 good licks until one of the hands Louisa knew as Red pulled him off the man. The other one, Brady she thought, flipped Brent over on his stomach and pulled his hands behind his back. "I'm good," Micah said as he shook his arms free from Red's hold. "Help me get him tied up." Red followed instructions, and the 3 of them worked together while Louisa watched on. A quick glance at the house told her the children watched through the window, but at least they'd not seen anything which should traumatize them. Well, except perhaps Cecily. "Strap him onto a horse and take him into town to the jailhouse. Tell them what happened, and I'll be along in a minute." The hands nodded, moving to follow directions as Micah turned to Louisa. "What happened? Who is that man?" Louisa swallowed, the words tasting bitter on her tongue despite their truth. "He's Martha's first husband, the children's birth father." "This may have been our best trip yet," Abe said as he clapped Isaac on the back as they left the stockyards in Fort Worth. "Benson was generous with pricing this time, and we had a solid herd." It was loud, with men yelling, horses neighing, and cattle lowing through the corrals and smaller pens. It was chaos, but a chaos Isaac normally enjoyed as it meant provision for their family. He was still grateful, but all he really wanted was to sit in the living room with Louisa and the children while she read to them from Aesop's fables. Like Abe said, this had been a banner year for them. Once Abe tallied all their profits and losses for the year, they'd know more exactly, but he was usually right about anything related to the accounting of their ranch. "We were blessed, for sure. Louisa sure has been good for you, brother. This is the happiest and most peaceful I reckon I've ever seen you." Beside him, Jacob huffed, but he didn't speak. They'd not spoken about Callie again since that night on the trail, but at least his brother knew Isaac was there if he wanted to get some things off his chest. It was more than Louisa who'd helped him see the light. "The Lord's been working in my heart too, but I won't deny he's been using her to do it." As they moved further from the fray of the stockyards, Isaac realized he hadn't gotten any presents for the children. The twins had given strict instructions to search for new slingshots, as much as he might regret them in the future, so he wanted to oblige. "I'm going to go see what slingshots, drawing supplies, books, and dolls I can find," Isaac said as they reached their mounts. "Could one of you go to the telegraph office and make sure we haven't received anything from home?" It wasn't that he didn't trust Micah and Louisa to handle things, but he'd still prefer to ensure no one had tried to contact him before they spent a night in the city. "I'll do it," Jacob grunted. Without any other word, Jacob mounted Possum Trot and took off through the busy streets as though two of his brothers didn't stare after him with equal parts compassion and frustration. Abe let out a whistle before untying Gravy from his post. "Life's about to become a powder keg, isn't it? Once Kelly gets back in town, it sure is. I don't know if she's moved on, but he sure hasn't." An understatement if he'd ever spoken one. Jacob acted like a man getting eaten up from the inside out. "You ever find out what happened between the two of them?" "Nope. Jacob never saw fit to tell me, and I didn't want to pry." He was curious, for sure, but he was more concerned about his brother's well-being than anything. "I guess he'll talk when he wants to." Now, don't you go getting all wise and patient on me there, big brother. It's not nearly as much fun." Isaac didn't respond, just shook his head before the two of them headed off down the street at a much slower pace than their brother had taken earlier. They'd made it through 2 stores, slingshots for the middle boys, a new baby doll for Sophia, drawing pads and pencils for Toby, and a new set of hair combs and writing journal for Cecily. Reuben got a small wooden train set, and Isaac was studying a pretty brooch Louisa might like when Jacob burst through the door. "Isaac!" His voice was panicked, and he held a telegram in his waving hand. "Isaac, Abe, we have to go." Fire ran through Isaac's veins as he placed the brooch on the counter and ran to meet his brother. "What's happened?" "Got a telegram from Hal. He said Brent's back in town, and he was asking around about Martha and the kids." Chapter 17. Louisa went out front a few days later to find Micah arguing with Cloverdale's sheriff in the front yard. "Micah," he said as though speaking to a young child rather than a grown man, "I can't hold him for simply wanting access to his children. Now legally, your brother has adopted them and they're his, but I can't keep Brent in jail for wanting to step up to his responsibility." Micah's face was beet red, his fists clenched at his sides. "So you're gonna let him go and wait for him to really hurt someone? What if he's the person behind that campsite up the hill, huh? What then? You're not even going to try to find whatever woman he had tied up and held against her will." The sheriff held up his hands, continuing his patronizing tone. "You have no idea who had that campsite, and you have no proof whoever it was took some woman hostage. You find me a victim, and I'll be happy to investigate." Brent said the site wasn't his. Micah told her after he'd gotten back that day he'd shared about the campsite with the sheriff, and unfortunately the man hadn't seemed alarmed. Then again, from what Micah and the hands had shared later, he didn't appear to ever want to get his hands dirty unless he absolutely had to. There was so little crime in Cloverdale they'd gotten away with it to this point, but what if there really was a young woman alone out there? "Sheriff," Louisa said as she stepped forward and did her best to defuse the situation. "I don't believe we've met. I'm Louisa Miller. Pleasure to meet you, Miss Miller. I'm Titus Ray." The sheriff smoothed his thick gray mustache and gestured towards Micah, hand on his ample gut. "As I was telling Micah, we've released Brent since he technically didn't hurt anyone, and I think his actions were understandable under the circumstances." "Which actions were those, Sheriff Ray?" Louisa narrowed her eyes and took a step toward the man. Abandoning his wife and children on a foolhardy mission for gold? Returning years later to terrified children who wanted nothing to do with him? Or was it trying to strong-arm his way into our home to get hold of them? The man opened his mouth to speak, but Louisa held up a hand and cut him off. "And those are the things we know for sure he did. What about the very real possibility he tried to break into the home the night before, or he'd been watching us for days, which he admitted to? And if he is indeed responsible for that campsite? What happens if we allow the poor woman to wander around alone in unfamiliar territory? The only reason he didn't hurt me is because he has bad aim, but if he succeeds next time, it'll be on your hands if you do nothing." The man's face was almost as red as Micah's, and she feared both of them would burst a blood vessel if they didn't calm down. At least Micah's fists were less tightly clenched now. "Be that as it may, Miss Miller, I can't charge a man with a crime he hasn't committed no matter who suspects him or how much. After all, it's not like I haven't given Micah and his brothers a little benefit of the doubt over the years. Plus, it's only the testimony of you folks against Brent's I have to go on." Narrowing her eyes, Louisa saw the core of all of this behind the man's words. Micah had snorted at them, telling Louisa exactly how much benefit of the doubt they'd been given. Isaac had warned her that many in town looked at the Suttons and only saw their father despite what upstanding men they'd become. "Thank you for your time, Sheriff, and thank you for the warning." Not even bothering to hide her frustration or her eye roll, Louisa turned on her heel and went back inside to finish the children's school day. They'd finished their math assignments for the day when Micah and the hands finished up in the pasture. "Louisa? Right here. Cecily, if you'll get dinner started, I'll come take over in just a moment. Let me speak with your uncle first, all right? Toby, Liza, would you two help the younger ones clean up?" Cecily nodded, always eager to help despite seeming to be grateful to be relieved of her duties whenever she could. Toby and Liza did the same, ready to watch the younger children for at least as long as it took Louisa to see what Micah needed. How dare the sheriff act like they were anything but upstanding members of the community, and how dare he release Brent after the fear he'd struck into those children. Cecily's pale face as her birth father addressed her would forever be etched in Louisa's mind. Micah's eyes followed Cecily until she turned the corner, and he diverted his attention to the rest of the children. How are they doing, really? Micah was the quietest brother, rarely staying in the house due to his preference for the line shack, but his love for the family was clear. Even now, it was obvious he'd been awake most of the last 2 nights with the way the bags under his eyes shadowed his normally quite handsome face. His hair needed a wash, and Louisa knew a fine layer of dirt had to have essentially stitched itself into his clothes at this point. They're doing quite well, all things considered. Cecily's been the most affected, of course, but she's strong. She'll heal in time. It helped that she'd been adopted by a man who treated her like the prize she was, even with the extra work she'd taken on over the years. Isaac constantly praised all his children, and Abe and Jacob were typically quite vocal with theirs too. "How are you? Sheriff Ray sure is a treat, isn't he?" A low growl left Micah's throat. "He doesn't even care about what I found at the campsite. I don't know why he thinks I'm lying, but why would I? Some folks can't see past the end of their nose." "I guess so," he replied. "Listen, I wanted to ask you not to let the children outside for longer than necessary until Isaac gets back and we can create some sort of plan. I don't want another situation to happen like it did earlier this week, especially with the children involved." As much as she hated to admit it, Micah was right. "We can do that. I'll take care of their evening barn chores tonight since I know you and the hands are so low on manpower." Micah nodded, moving to stare out the window at the woods line in the distance. Was he thinking about the woman who'd been tied up at the campsite, or was there something else? "Micah, if you need to talk, I've been told I'm a pretty good listener." Turning back, Micah smiled softly. "Just thinking is all. I'm gonna go get cleaned up before supper. You sure you don't need me to handle the barn chores? Isaac probably wouldn't want you out there any more than he would the kids." "It's just feeding the puppies, Micah. How much danger could I possibly be in with those ferocious creatures as my backup?" Ferocious indeed. A few minutes later, as Louisa carried the bucket of puppy food to the adorable little pack of future ranch dogs, the little bundles nipped at her ankles as they do to the cattle in the years to come. "Stop that," she said as she shook one off the hem of her dress. "We've got to get you trained sooner rather than later." She giggled as another launched at her only to miss entirely and flip tail overhead into a forward roll. "See, serves you right, you little troublemaker. You're the only troublemaker I see." The voice stopped her cold. Even the puppies scattered and shrunk away at the sound of Brent's deep rasp. How had he gotten out here so quickly? Had the sheriff thought the threat so small he didn't even ride out to warn them until later? Louisa turned slowly, facing an even more haggard-looking Brent. "What is it you really want here, Brent? You don't even have to divorce Martha, and I know you don't want to be a father to these children. What's your aim?" With a dark chuckle, so sinister it sent shivers down her spine, Brent took a step closer from the shadows hiding him. "I guess it don't matter since you're not going to be able to tell anyone anyway." He pulled his knife from his belt, twisting it in his hand as though it wasn't an instrument of death and destruction, if one wanted it to be. "I need the money." "Money? What are you talking about? They don't have any money." From what Isaac told her, Martha had been homeless and broke when she arrived on the ranch's doorstep, and her parents had long passed anyway. "Nah," he said as he took another step forward and twisted the knife once again. "Cecily's pretty enough, she'll get a little bit." He shrugged, and bile rose up in Louisa's stomach at the idea. "You came all the way out here to kidnap your daughter and sell her to the highest bidder? What is wrong with you?" She probably shouldn't anger the man, but her own fire had been lit and now raged out of control. "No, I came out here to get all my young'uns and a divorce from Martha so I could get the real money. Getting a little more for Cecily's just a drop in the barrel." He twisted the knife again, shoulders loose and relaxed. "Good, cockiness meant sloppiness. See, there's a woman I came across in Nevada. Her daddy owned one of the mines before he died. Was it the woman Micah had been looking for?" "What woman?" "Eleanor Cartwright," he spat. "Nothing but a pampered princess if you ask me, but she's got a trust. Marry her, have children, and you get the money." He now held the knife in such a way it spun with the tip against his finger. "Didn't say nothing about being her children, from what I hear, so figured we'd speed up the process. So you take the children, marry her, and show the marriage certificate to some lawyer in Nevada, and they'll release the trust to you?" Louisa couldn't imagine how scared the poor woman must be out here in the middle of Texas alone, unless he'd captured her again. Honestly, she wasn't sure which fate was worse. Brent took another step forward, limping slightly. "Evidence of her defense earlier in the week?" "Something like that, but I got a few loose ends to tie up before I do that. First, your cowboys out here are far too nosy. Had to abandon my camp after they came sniffing around, and she got loose to boot. Got her back, but it wasn't easy." Swallowing hard, Louisa narrowed her eyes. "Where is she?" "Ain't none o' your business. What does matter is you can open your trap again and get me thrown back in jail before I can get out of town." With that, he lunged, the knife leading as Louisa jumped out of the way. She screamed, hoping Micah or one of the hands would hear her and come to help. As Brent gained his footing once more, it wasn't Micah or a fully grown cowboy who jumped out of the hayloft onto his back. It was Toby with a shout rivaling any she'd ever heard. He wrapped his arms around Brent's neck, but didn't get enough of a hold before Brent rammed them both backwards and into a wall. Toby's head hit the wood as Louisa screamed once again and dove towards Brent. The boy's body went limp as Louisa managed to run her fingernails down Brent's face and slam her foot back into the knee she'd hurt earlier in the week. Brent roared in anger as Toby's body slid to the ground, head lolling to the side. This time, as he turned Louisa over, it wasn't calculated anger in his eyes. It was lust and revenge. "I was gonna make this quick, teacher lady, but I think I'll have some fun first." Before he had a chance to act, the door to the barn swung open, and Isaac stormed inside, flanked by Jacob, Micah, and Abe. They came in like a sentinel of warriors, breaking into a run the second they spotted her. It was Isaac's figure she sought, his legs pumping faster than the rest of them as he tackled Brent. The two of them flew a solid 5 feet before hitting the ground with a loud thump, but Isaac wasn't done. His fists flew, landing blow after blow while Jacob hurried to where Toby lay slumped on the floor, and Abe came to help her to her feet. "You all right, Louisa?" "Yes," she said once she'd gained her footing. "Please stop him before he kills Brent," she pleaded. "Don't let that hang on his conscience." Isaac landed another blow, his entire field of vision stained entirely red from the anger of seeing the man on top of Louisa with Toby slumped to the side. Hands at his shoulders attempting to pull him from Brent briefly registered, but he ripped himself free once again in time for Brent to pull a second knife from his boot. He charged, but Isaac was quicker, grabbing the man's wrist in time to twist it. Brent lost his balance, falling to the ground with a slump at their feet. He moved once, then stopped as blood pooled on the hay-packed barn floor. "Fell on his own knife," Abe said in a somber tone from behind Isaac with his hand on his brother's shoulder once more. Isaac couldn't find himself sad about anything but the fact a lost soul passed into eternity. He'd not wielded the knife, but he was indirectly responsible for Brent's death all the same. As Louisa knelt beside Toby as the boy started to stir, Jacob checked his pupils. "Took a knock there, son." "He jumped from the hayloft onto Brent's back when he tried to stab me," Louisa said through heavy sobs. She smoothed Toby's flyaway hair from his face as Jacob examined what Isaac had to assume was a bump on his head. "He saved me." Toby smiled softly even as he winced from Jacob's fingers. Couldn't let him hurt you, Miss Louisa. I couldn't let him get the others either. I'm proud of you, Toby, Isaac said as he knelt beside Louisa. One hand went to Toby's knee, the other around Louisa's trembling shoulders. The boy stood slowly, aided by Isaac and Jacob, before wrapping his arms around Louisa in a tender, boyish hug. The height difference between them was barely an inch, as Toby would surely pass her soon as he continued toward manhood. I'm glad you aren't hurt, Miss Louisa. Tears continued to flow down Louisa's cheeks as she held him close and pressed a kiss to his temple. Thank you, sweet boy. You go in and rest. You've earned yourself a few days off chores and as many cookies as you want. I'll take that. Jacob led Toby from the barn after that, as Abe and Micah carried Brent's body out the back door to take into town. Unable to hold back any longer, Isaac pulled Louisa to his chest and held her as tightly as he could without hurting her. I can't believe you got here in time, Louisa breathed as they stood, drawing comfort from one another. One more minute. SSH, Isaac said as he curled his fingers under her chin and tipped her face up to within an inch of his own. We don't have to worry about what might have been. The Lord was with us today. He protected us all. Thoughts of Martha and whether the Lord had been with her had once plagued him, as had the same thoughts surrounding the circumstances which brought many of the children to live with him. Now, as the Lord had continued to work in his heart and life, he realized bad things didn't mean the Lord was not present. As Pastor Jim and Hal both had tried to tell him for years, sin brought death and destruction when it entered the world. It wasn't any of the children's fault they wound up abandoned or orphaned, nor was it his and his brothers' fault their mother died and left them with an abusive father, but the Lord had worked it all for all their good. As for Martha, her final days had been spent reading Isaac's worn and tattered Bible. Pastor Jim, as well as Florence, had come to sit with her and talk through things of faith. He'd been so overwhelmed by caring for the children in their grief he'd not had much of a chance, nor had he been in a place in his relationship with God to disciple anyone, but the Lord sent folks to do it for him. As Louisa pulled back from Isaac and buried her head in his chest, he could feel the trembling of her shoulders. Pressing a kiss to her soft auburn hair, Isaac knew this was the woman he wanted to spend the rest of his life with. Come what may, they'd face it together. Chapter 18. Louisa wiped her eyes in the front yard of the ranch house. Isaac held her hand, and she found herself in no hurry to let go. Abe and Micah laid Brent's body in the wagon gently, showing him a dignity he'd never shown Martha, or the children even in death. They'd covered him with a sheet when the children burst through the door and surrounded Isaac and Louisa. Toby hung back on the front porch with Jacob, sitting in the rocking chair and staring somberly at the scene before him. At least Toby was on his feet, and there was no doubt in Louisa's mind he'd already relayed their harrowing tale. Papa, Reuben cried as he flung himself into Isaac's arms. All the adults, as well as Cecily and Liza, gasped. It was the first time Reuben had spoken since he'd arrived at the Sutton ranch. The first time they'd heard his sweet little voice. Tears flowed down his cheeks as Isaac let go of Louisa's hand to catch him. Papa. Isaac's eyes watered as well as he hugged the boy tight to his chest. I'm fine, son. We're both fine. His eyes met Louisa's and an unspoken promise passed between them. A trembling Cecily stepped forward, Liza on one side and William on the other. Is Brent, is he gone? Louisa opened her arms wide and pulled the three of them into her hold. Brent fell on his own knife when your papa pulled him off of me. He didn't suffer, but he's gone. The children would have to lead the next few moments. Would they be sad? Happy? Conflicted? All the possible emotions seemed to flit across their faces as Louisa watched them patiently, but it was Cecily who spoke up first. Is it bad I feel relieved? She bit her bottom lip, and the way both her younger siblings took her hand told Louisa they all held some measure of the same feeling. Isaac stepped forward then, still holding Reuben and placing a hand on Cecily's shoulder. It's not bad. I feel a little relieved too, to be honest. I never want a man to die, particularly when he doesn't know the Lord, but I won't lie and say I'm not relieved he's out of our lives forever. Somehow, in the stress of all that had happened, Louisa had completely forgotten about the young woman Brent had called Eleanor. Her eyes went wide. Oh, Micah, he did have a woman he'd captured. She got free. Apparently there was some trust he was hoping for if he married her, and they had children. He didn't even know about what had happened to Martha, but he recaptured the woman after she got loose. Micah closed the distance between them quickly, his normally stoic exterior on high alert. Did he say where she is? He didn't, but I got the feeling she was nearby. It was as though lightning struck the inside of her brain as the idea occurred to her. The mine. What if he's the one who uncovered it, and that's where he's been hiding her? Isaac placed Reuben on the ground and guided him to stand with Louisa. It's possible. Abe, can you handle talking with the sheriff while Micah and I ride out to look for Eleanor? I want Jacob to stay with Toby in case he has any symptoms from hitting his head, and check Louisa over as well. His conflict was clear on his face, wanting to stay back with them but also knowing time was of the essence. All three of his brothers agreed quickly, and the Suttons took their spots. Jacob sat on the porch with Toby while Louisa guided the rest of the children in the same direction. Abe guided the team, pulling the wagon down the long dirt road leading into town, while Micah followed Isaac to the area in front of the barn where they'd all dismounted. A few of the hands followed them, adding extra manpower in case their mission went sideways. Lord, be with them. Louisa's quiet words were heard by Reuben alone as they settled onto the porch and the children began to chatter amongst themselves. And bring Eleanor here safely. Bring me the lantern, Isaac said as he prepared the ropes to lower down into the mine shaft. They'd wrapped one rope around his waist and ran it between his legs as well. I'll see what I can find. The stairs and ladders once used had long since caved in, but if Brent had indeed been the one who uncovered the mine, he'd somehow gotten an unwilling woman down there. Hopefully, the mine had been abandoned so long they wouldn't have to worry about explosive fumes. Micah approached, twisting a rope between his own legs and around his waist. No, Isaac said staunchly. You stay up here with the hands. There's no need for us both to break our necks if this goes poorly. Micah straightened his shoulders, the muscles in his jaw tighter than Isaac had ever seen them. I've been worried and praying for this woman for days, even before I knew her name. Besides, having two of us down there will help it not go poorly. The battle to protect his family versus allowing his grown little brother to make his own choices waged within him, but ultimately practicality won out. Okay, but make sure that's tight and let me go first. You got it, boss. Over the next few minutes, they set up their game plan to somehow lower themselves down the likely unstable sides of what had once likely been an isolated coal mine. They didn't know for certain, but it was the most likely theory based on the terrain. Isaac took a deep breath and tugged on the rope tied to Roscoe's saddle horn one last time. Red had hold of it as well, as did Brady. Two of their other hands had hold of Micah's horse, and Isaac at least felt comfortable enough to begin the descent. Lord, go before me. With that, he went over the edge with his little brother a few feet above him. Images of Louisa and the children flashed through his mind's eye, and he kept a continued prayer vigil he'd make it back safely to them. They'd gone about 15 feet down when Isaac felt the bottom of the mine at his feet, or at least a ledge of some sort. Micah, there's floor here, but be careful. Holding up the lantern, Isaac's eyebrows flew to his forehead at the sight before them. Dot on the ground curled in on herself like a newborn baby. A woman lay in a tattered dress so dirty he couldn't tell what color it was. It was ripped in multiple places, and her brown hair lay knotted and matted around her. Eleanor. At least Micah had been able to find his words. Eleanor, we're here to help you. His brother stepped forward softly, slowly, as the woman let out a whimper. No, she choked pitifully. Please, leave me alone. Micah knelt beside her, still staying a few feet away. Eleanor, he said more softly this time. That's your name, right? I promise, no one's going to hurt you again. With the conviction in his brother's voice, Isaac knew he was as serious about his promise as any he'd ever made. Eleanor shook her head quickly. No, don't call me Eleanor. He called me Eleanor. Call me Ellie. This time, it was Isaac who spoke. Brent? The man who captured you? He's gone, Ellie. He won't be back. Her head shook again, but this time her whole body joined in a shiver. No, the man responsible for the trust and effectively putting a target on my back. My father. Micah cut his eyes towards Isaac quickly before he returned his attention to the woman on the ground. His shoulders were tense, but it was clear he kept his voice calm and gentle. "We'll keep you safe from your father too, Ellie, but first we have to get you out of this mine shaft. Can you stand on your own, or do you need help?" Ellie took a deep breath, and only a fool would miss the Herculean effort it took to push herself to a sitting position. She winced in pain, and Isaac placed a hand on his brother's shoulder to remind him to stay calm. Micah didn't have a temper, but tension rolled off him in waves already as the woman's skin and bones figure added to the overall effect. She tried to stand on her own before stumbling, but Micah reached forward and caught her. "Ellie," he said so softly Isaac could barely hear him. "We're going to get you out of here, and no one's going to hurt you ever again. First, I need you to trust me enough to let me pick you up. Can you do that?" A tear rolled down her cheek, breaking Isaac's heart in the process. Louisa could well have been the woman down here, or Cecily if Brent had his way. All right, but just you." Message received. Isaac took steps back to clear the pathway back to where they'd entered the shaft. "Gentlemen," he called above. "We've got a woman down here by the name of Ellie. You'll pull her and Micah up first, and then you'll give them both plenty of space." "She's to stay with Micah, got it?" "Yes, boss," Red called down from the top. By the time they'd all reached the top of the mine shaft, the sun had already begun to set behind the trees. Their group moved slowly back to the ranch house so as to not jostle Ellie on Micah's horse too much, but the movement still had her wincing and whimpering every few minutes. Micah continued to speak softly to her, and Isaac had no doubt it was an attempt to keep the poor thing awake. In the sunlight, dim as it may be, she looked even worse than she had by the lantern light in the mine. Bruises covered her face and arms, there was dried blood in her hair, and the shoulder of the arm she clutched sat at an odd angle. Were all the injuries from Brent, or had the fall been responsible for some of them? Before he could dwell on it too much, the farmhouse came into sight with Abe's wagon pulling to a stop out front with Pastor Jim inside as well. But it wasn't just Abe and Jim who'd arrived back after delivering Brent's body and summoning the sheriff. No, in addition to Sheriff Ray, a woman sitting astride a spotted white horse followed closely behind. The woman with her wildly curly brown hair and general air of confidence was evident immediately. "Callie?" Swinging herself off her horse, Callie Thorne handed the reins to her father as she quickly unstrapped her medical bag and took off at a run towards their group. "The one and only," she responded with a smirk the second she reached them before turning a much more professional expression on Ellie. "Hello, ma'am. I'm Dr. Callie Thorne, and I'm going to help you. You're safe here. These are good men, okay?" Ellie stared down from Micah's arms with a bit of glassy-eyed wonder, but Isaac couldn't blame her. Callie had that effect on folks when they weren't seconds away from fainting. "You're a doctor? But you know what? Never mind." With that, every bit of fight seemed to go out of Ellie, and she laid her head in the crook of Micah's shoulder and shut her eyes. Chapter 19. Louisa rested her head on Isaac's shoulder as she adjusted her thick winter shawl around her shoulders. Now that winter had fought its way into Texas after a long summer and mild fall, night fell early. "Are you sure Ellie's ready to be moved out here? I hate the thought of her needing something and Callie being so far away." It had been nearly 3 weeks since Isaac and Micah had found Eleanor Gold in the old abandoned mine shaft and brought her back to the ranch. Callie and Jacob had worked together initially to help her become stable enough to travel before moving her to the small house she'd rented in town while they set up her new clinic. It was nearly ready now, as Dr. Edie Brown from Pine Creek and her family had donated supplies to help her get started. Callie wouldn't have released her if she hadn't been, and with her starting to do rounds on folks in the community, it'll mean Ellie's alone far less. It made sense, especially since she'd be sharing the cottage with Louisa for the time being, but Isaac clearly had his own concerns. "I'm more worried about what this will mean for Jacob and whether Micah will actually manage to get any work done for fussing over Ellie." Louisa chuckled, though it wasn't as joyous as it might have been under other circumstances. Poor Jacob had initially worked well with Callie while they worked to reset her shoulder joint and get her cuts cleaned, stitched, and bandaged, but he'd stormed out of the farmhouse shortly after and stayed at the line shack for 2 days. It might be manifesting as anger, but Louisa knew a man in pain when she saw it. Poor Callie clearly saw it too, though it hadn't been Louisa's place to talk with her about it. They'd only known each other for 3 weeks, and Callie hadn't brought it up. The poor things. They both clearly care so deeply about one another. Isaac wrapped his arm around Louisa's shoulders and kissed her on the head. The Lord will work out their stubbornness, just as He worked out mine. Speaking of which, what day did you say your family's arriving in Dallas? I'd like to hire a private coach to bring them the rest of the way here rather than risk another harrowing journey like yours. Snorting in an altogether unladylike manner at the image of herself they'd all seen when she arrived, Louisa looked up into Isaac's eyes. I don't regret a moment of it. It led me to you, after all. They're supposed to be here on the 21st, but I think you'll need more than one coach. Louisa was giddy at the idea of her family being around so soon. With Ellie staying in the cottage with her, they'd be divided between the Sutton brothers' rooms since Isaac and his brothers had agreed to stay in the bunkhouse for their trip. The children would stay in their own rooms, and her youngest siblings might choose to stay with them as well. Sweet Reuben had begun to talk more and more, though he still wasn't the chatterbox some of the other children were. Cecily had finally relinquished some of her responsibilities with the children, finally trusting Louisa to carry more of her load. Running his fingers up and down her arm, Isaac pulled Louisa in close. We'll hire as many coaches as we need to get them all here to see you. I know you've missed them fiercely. I have, but Sutton Ranch has become my home. There, in the quiet of the evening when all one could hear were the sounds of God's creation and the gentle squeak of the porch swing, Louisa didn't think she'd ever felt more at peace. Despite her concerns about Jacob, Micah, and the women who'd thrown their minds into such turmoil over the past few weeks, the Lord had indeed led them to the moment they were living. He'd work out the rest, as Isaac said. You've become my home, you and the children. Louisa paused, biting her lower lip as she thought about all it implied. Sophia asked me the other day if she could call me Mama. He stared down into her eyes, and Louisa felt the familiar flutter in her belly as he lowered his forehead to hers. What did you tell her? I said she might ought to wait until we marry, but I'd be honored if she chooses to do so after. It wasn't the first time marriage had been brought up, and Isaac's brothers teased him about it regularly. Louisa would be lying if she said she wasn't the slightest bit impatient. Still, they'd only truly known each other since August, and there was something sweet about the courtship as well. Lowering his lips to hers, Isaac sent the butterflies in her stomach turning flips and doing somersaults. It'll be my honor to facilitate such an arrangement. Crooking his finger and running it slowly down her nose, Isaac grinned. You'll be Louisa Sutton very soon, ma'am, if I have anything to say about it. Her face reddened. I didn't mean to rush you. I was telling you what Sophia asked me. Trust me, darlin'. There's not a person on this ranch who wants to get us to the altar more than I do. He winked before turning his attention back to the night before them. Until then, I suppose I can be satisfied sitting on the front porch with you every night and watching the stars tell their stories. Stories. The children had so loved Aesop's fables and the rest of the books they'd been able to read since her package arrived from her teachers back home. Louisa got the idea that wasn't the type of story Isaac meant. Oh yes, stories of faith and courage, of heartbreak and triumph. Stories that remind me God cares about every day of our lives. Something about watching them makes me feel connected to all those who've watched them before, and I can't help but think about the things they've walked through, the things the Lord brought them through. Watching the stars twinkle and shine, Louisa lay her head on his shoulder once more. Why, Isaac Sutton, I think you might be a poet in addition to being a cowboy. Pressing one last kiss to her hair, Isaac chuckled. I don't know about that, but I guess if the Lord could make a shepherd into a poet, he could do the same with a cowboy. He sure could. Thanks for listening. If you haven't already, please subscribe to my channel and leave a comment below.